I'm still in the what the just happened mode, and I haven't got to talk to you guys about it yet, PJ and Foster. It was just Walt and I when the news broke about Justin Fields, and we didn't get to go around the whole table with everybody to kind of have that discussion. And I know that everyone in chat wants to talk about it a little bit still too, but that's not going to be the entire show tonight. We do have.
Why,
What's that?
What happened with Justin Fields?
Oh, he bought a new house in Pittsburgh. No big deal. Before we do get started, I wanted to remind you guys that we are brought to you by BetUS. Go check out BetUS.com, every sports bettor's favorite sports book. Use that link, bit.ly/BearsCountryPodcast-BetUS, and sign up with the link on that, and you'll help the channel out greatly. And PJ?
If you're going to bet, please bet responsibly.
Please do, and don't blame us if you lose money. It's not our fault. I lose money every day, every single day. So I'm not complaining. Guys, we have a very special guest tonight. And by very special, I mean someone from chat, a longtime chatter, a longtime BCPer, and we're so.
I have a seriously bad echo right now, so I gotta go out and come back in.
Okay.
All right.
We should have talked about Chase Young before we pulled him. There we go. Oh, damn it. We had the perfect opportunity.
No, now is when you talk about Chase Young, but there's nothing to say.
Yeah, now there's No, you got to wait for you got to wait for him to start talking before you pull him, because it doesn't work if he's not here. So Jgrizz, last week we were talking with you guys in chat, and reminding you that you can email us to join us on the show. And Jgrizz did just that. You guys know Jgrizz from chat. I see him everywhere myself. I'm sure you guys have too. So let's bring on the man of the hour, Jgrizz.
What's up, Bears fans? Shorty,
Hey.
Foster, Walt, PJ.
Subject.
Salute, guys. Pleasure to be here with all of you, all fellow Bear fans, Bears Nation. Shout out to Chicago, the entire state of Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. And fuck Green Bay.
It's always so exciting to put the face to the name whenever we have on new guests. So it's so cool to meet you in person and hang out with you tonight. Thanks for emailing us and wanting him to come on the show. This is an honor for us to have you on with us. It really is.
It's just as much of an honor and a pleasure for me to be here, guys. Thanks for welcoming me in with welcoming me in with open arms and accepting me as family. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. You are now part of the BCP family, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
He has been.
So I know that PJ wants to interrogate you, so we might as well just let him get at it right now. How's the echo? You okay, PJ?
Yeah, I'm a lot better now, so appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Damn cops.
I missed the opening there, Jgrizz. I don't know what you said so far, so if I ask a question that you already explained, forgive me.
Mm-hmm.
So
No worries.
All right, cool. First of all, what got you started to being a Bears fan?
Oh, well, I'd say it started back in 84. My dad, being raised in Chicago. I was born in New York and moved back to Chicago when my dad got out of the military. He's a Marine, and ever since he had me on his lap watching my first Bears game. I don't know which game that was, but it might have been against Philadelphia, the Eagles, if I recall. And I don't know. It could have been the Fog Bowl, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, ever since then, then the Super Bowl shuffle and the Super Bowl Bears that year. He took me one time that the year after that to go meet Steve McMichael at a Montgomery Wards on the north side of Chicago. And I met Steve McMongo, God bless him, Hall of Famer, and got an autograph and a picture with him. And it just took off from there, Sweetness, following all those guys,
Did you ever go to a game as a youngster?
No, I've never been to a Bears game, believe it or not.
Still haven't been.
Yeah, no, I haven't. I've been to Soldiers Field. I actually used to go there for like football camps that they would hold there for prospective athletes,
right,
and stuff as a young kid. And so, yeah, I've been on the field, and I also attended a Notre Dame versus Northwestern game there at Soldiers Field.
Okay,
but never a Bears game, not there or anywhere else.
Okay, who's your favorite player now?
Currently? Oh, currently?
Yeah, currently.
Right now, I'd have to say Sweat. Montez Sweat. All
right. And who's
your tie between him and DJ?
And who's your favorite player of all time?
Oh, Sweetness. Yeah, Sweetness.
Okay. What else I was going to ask you? So, have you bought any jerseys?
No, haven't bought a jersey yet. I always wanted to get a Sweetness jersey, but
at least you don't have to worry about him getting traded.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm still holding off on. I'm like, I want to hold off a little bit and see if there's a player that I know is going to be here for a while.
Right.
That's a little more current, and I can always get a Sweetness jersey. But no, I haven't gotten one yet. But right now it's looking like it's between Sweat and DJ.
Okay.
DJ Moore. Yeah.
Now, how long have you been in our chats?
Oh man, I've been in here. I'd say for about a year now. Okay. And prior to that, I would see Shorty on, and I think yourself as well, and Foster on Barroom Network. That's where it all started, was Barroom. That was the first podcast I came across. And Aldo, the Godfather,
right,
blessed me with.
Did you go by a different name back then or something?
I sure did. Yeah, I was also known as the Heart Foundation.
I remember that.
Oh, that was you?
Yes, that was me. Yeah. Yes, that was me.
I remember that Heart Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
So do I.
Yeah, big time Notre Dame fan, and that's where the Heart Foundation came in at.
I wondered what happened to that guy. I didn't know it was you. I didn't know it was you, and I was like, man, he just disappeared.
I hope the Heart Foundation guy didn't have a heart problem, right?
No, that was my first time venturing into chats and into podcasts. So I couldn't come up with anything better. And, being a Notre Dame fan, Sam Hartman or whatever, I thought he was going to have a big year. I just took that and rode with it. I like wrestling, and I like, the Heart Foundation and wrestling. So that's where that came from.
Cool.
Yeah. Now it's making sense.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I guess I'll relinquish my interrogation there and let some of the other guys ask you some questions.
All right. I'm not going to have to carry like anybody's bags as like initiation or nothing, right? Or pay the tab on a dinner one night.
Just Foster's.
Just Foster's.
No, you gotta let Foster work on your roots.
Sexual relations. Joking.
Don't end up in Foster's wall behind him there. You gotta play it lightly.
I hung out with Gacy.
That's it. Somebody needs to pull him for that shit.
So
before I knew who Gacy was.
Right.
Yeah, no, we'll skip that. We'll skip that all, man. It's not necessary. Bad joke. Chips is in the chat too. So is Trips. Chips and Trips. Hey guys. I was just going to ask you.
What's up, Trips?
I was just going to ask you where do you stay now, and what's your biggest form of Bears information?
Well, I live now in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I've been here now going on about 10 years. And my biggest source of Bears information is I would say all of them. Like I watch all the podcasts from morning till night. It's if I catch it late, I'm still while I'm driving for work or whatever, I'm listening to a podcast, catching up every now and then, hopping in and out of chats if I get a chance to, chopping it up with all the other fans and stuff. And I'd say I watch all of them evenly, on a daily basis. I wish you guys were on a lot more, frequently and stuff. I make sure not to miss you guys. I think it's good that you're not on every day. It makes me, more interested, or in the next pod. I'm more anxious to get to the next one to catch up with
keep you
guys.
waiting for the next. Yeah.
Yeah,
but we do give you 6-hour podcasts, so you can't really complain that much.
That's a good point. Yes, sir. Brett the Hitman Hart, Chips Ahoy. That's my guy.
Anyway, every time I'm getting ready to download or upload, I should say, the show into the audio stream, I'm like, damn, this is a 6-hour podcast. Is anyone really give a shit? But they do. I know. They listen to it.
I'll be here all night with you if you let me, man. I remember.
For me, that's half of a ride from Atlanta back home to Chicago. That's like half the trip.
Yeah.
We also have a special guest, another special guest tonight. J2K is going to be joining us here in a second. We don't want to keep him waiting too long. Let's get to the chat before we start getting into the meats and bones of tonight's discussions. Doug Van Door and Triple R hanging out with us.
Cliff Victoria.
Illinois Jones.
Zach.
Chips Ahoy Boy.
Steve Grunwald.
Sean Holly.
Jason UK Bears.
Jason UK hanging out late.
Vizzo Joe.
Vizzo Joe, man.
Leo Factor 1. What's happening?
Vizzo Joe has been hanging out lately, man. Appreciate you coming around. Illinois Jones too, man. You guys have been. We're seeing a lot of you guys lately, so we appreciate that. Thank you.
Illinois Jones asked me a question about how long did it take me. I lost the question. Something. How long did it take me to get over the trade? How long did you cry when Fields got traded?
Oh, that's not a quick answer.
He's still crying, man.
Yeah,
I'm not crying. I'm still mad.
He's mad. He hasn't started crying yet.
I'm mad. I'm in denial. I'm all those things. So yes, I'm very upset about that.
Mr. Mayhem.
I'm not going to.
We'll get into that. Mr. Mayhem, Leo Factor.
What's up,
Mr. Mayhem? With us again tonight.
Mr. Mayhem. He's another one being all the chats, man. Mr. Mayhem. Glad you can join.
Mark Kazak. We love you, Mark. Thanks for hanging out. I know you've been working an odd job, so we appreciate you hanging out with us.
STC
in the hizzy.
Great to see all of you in chat tonight. As we say every show, we only do this for you. Literally, this is literally for you guys. It's humbling talking to like Jgrizz last night and again today, just expressing his, who would have thought that a bunch of idiots up here would actually have a fan base of people that like to hear what we have to say, especially myself. I'm a pontificating moron. So I pontificate to the ends of the earth just to give everyone their entire, just think of every single angle so that you're prepared for whatever one could happen. So we'll talk about that a little more. Let's bring on J2K. I don't want to keep him waiting too much longer because it's great to see you and hear your voice again, J2K. How you doing tonight, man?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks for having me on tonight. It's good to see you, Shorty, Foster, PJ, Walt, and the man, the myth, the legend, it's Jgrizz.
Yes, sir.
What's up? Bear down, you guys.
Thank you. Bear down. Bear down. That's right.
Got Randy B, Sean Holly in the chat.
Randy B.
Just so every time you guys see, because I always run into this guy. So every time you see this with an exclamation after it, this is what I want you to remember. Laz!
Laz.
What's up, Laz? What's up?
What's up, lads?
Chips Ahoy, boy. What's happening, man?
J2K, how has life been treating you, buddy?
Oh, it's been good, Shorty. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to announce that I've teamed up with Coach T on the Chicago Bears 360 YouTube channel. I'm doing graphic design for him, and we got a great team. We got Julius, the producer, and yeah, things are rolling, and the ball's rolling uphill, downhill.
Wait a second, you've been for hire this entire time? What the hell, J2K?
You know, the way it happened was I did a podcast with Nomad, and we did a mock draft, a mock off season. So I decided to design some graphics for it and all that. And the truth is I just got the bug again to design some graphics, and it was really, really fun to do. And Coach T mentioned on his show that he was looking for a designer, and I'd spent a couple days thinking about it, and I reached out to him, and we had some discussions. I designed a logo for him, and he loved it. And, there was just a fluid, connection there. And so, and that's been, I don't know, a couple weeks now. It's really in the beginning stages of it, but, we're really excited. I think we're equally excited for what all of us brings to the table, the three of us, Coach T, Julius, and myself. So yeah, it's been great. It's been really, really cool. It's very unexpected.
When is your show?
It's increased in frequency. So it's generally Saturdays, Tuesdays, Thursday, Eastern time. I believe it's 5:00 Eastern, Pacific Standard Time. My time, it's 2:00. But we just had Greg Gabriel on. He had the Chicago Bears quarterback coach on recently. It's been fantastic. And shout out to Coach T. It's a great opportunity, and I'm so excited that we've really meshed so well together.
Good.
That is great to hear, man. So are you still traveling around and able to do that, or are you I gotta have a place that I can do this from?
I'm still doing my thing. I've kind of managed to figure it all out and make it all work, and it's been great.
That's fantastic, man. We'll have to make sure that we go and check out Coach T's show. I would love to see what you're doing over there with that graphic stuff, because I know that I've heard all about it for since we met. So that's pretty awesome, man. Congratulations.
I can attest to. I'm sorry, guys, but I can attest to that. I've been watching them, Coach T and catching J2K on there and stuff, and they've been doing a great job. So
cool.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
That's normally one of my regulars. J2K is Coach T, because he's on at the right time where I can always listen to him, usually live. I just haven't been able to do it for the last 10 days or so. So
please tune in.
But I will look into that, because me, I'm going to be nosy about it. I want to see what the hell's going on over there.
Absolutely, yes.
What's up, King Booker World?
From you guys.
Booker
King.
I used to work about 6 hours a day as a contractor, and now I work 9 to 10. And I am starting to love it a lot more, because it's so intense, and it's actually fun. But no, before I was my own boss. I was a contractor. I could my own hours. Now I have to be stuck in my seat. But it just makes me want to be stuck in my seat more, because I'm actually enjoying the ride of this. This has been a lot of fun. But I haven't been able to watch any of the podcasts that I always had on all day long.
So you like being ridden, is what you're saying?
I like being ridden?
You said you. What's wrong with Foster? What's wrong with Foster?
Oh, you caught me in mid-inhale, man. I almost choked there.
Wait, did you say fish and spaghetti? What are you talking about?
So you like being ridden, huh?
Yeah.
I was just wondering, bro.
Kitty,
well, I was miserable at first, but it was miserable at first, but it's been fun growing into learning what all the new stuff I'm doing. So it has taken away a lot of my Bears podcasting time, my time that I would normally be, just put on players and be able to watch them in the background. Like tonight, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be a complete fucking moron when it comes to, well, I always am, but especially when it comes to the prospects we're going to talk about tonight. So please excuse me for just, not having any idea. I'm going to kind of go along with what you guys are saying because I don't have time for it right now, but I will as we get closer. So I know we haven't all talked about this on a panel, and I just want to get to the elephant in the room before we continue on. I know how you feel, PJ. I must want to let you go last because I know how you feel. You want to go last?
That's fine.
DVD. I'm sorry. Pardon me. Real quick. DVD. No, I haven't done either yet, but I'm getting to it.
We were going to ask him that later, Doug, but you blew it now.
Well, it was funny because on that show that it was the 6th round of the draft last year when he's asked that question, and then later on he was asking him if anybody knew any blackening recipes that didn't have salt. So we looked up one for him and he used it, and then he made this delicious looking meal with that blackening seasoning, and I was like, man, if you cook that for me, I would eat it right now.
Pause.
I have to try that. Pause.
I would have never eaten it before, but if you would have made that in that moment, I would have been like, I'm eating this. This looks delicious. Was it ragu though? Did you make your own sauce at least, or no? So that's where you might have lost me. Was it like just a can of ragu?
No, it was a jar.
A jar, yeah. See, yeah, that's where you lost me. You got to make it from scratch.
I don't have time, bro.
Eminem got his own spaghetti sauce. Called Mom Spaghetti.
Really? Eminem does?
The rapper from Detroit, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's called Mom Spaghetti, yes. Yeah. I'm sorry not to cut you off.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Don't be sorry here. Just cut these fuckers off anytime you want because they need it, most of them. So.
Should I listen? Let's get the elephant out of the room by me going first. How about this? I've been thinking about how I'm going to say this all day without getting pulled from my own show. I'm going to summarize this. In the Justin Fields draft, I just assumed he was going one or two, most likely two. So I never really scouted him because I just didn't think we were going to have the opportunity at number 20 to get Justin Fields. I would have taken him at number 2 in that draft. The fact that he landed to us at 11 with a trade up from 20 was the most ecstatic. I screamed so loud in exuberation. It was similar to the kickoff return for, that Devin Hester had in the Super Bowl. My entire neighborhood had to have heard me screaming how excited I was that we got Justin. For whatever reason, we can all pontificate all the different reasons, but in that season, or that he's not here anymore. In that season that I was scouting quarterbacks and not Justin, my best friend who is like he makes a living at being right about sports stuff. Literally, he turned me on to Caleb 3 years ago. I watched him and I thought, damn, this kid is incredible. This kid is going to be something special. When the Bears drafted Justin, I was like, well, we got Justin now. Not that we'll ever have the first pick anyways to have that kid, but man, that would be something in my mind that I think that would be nice to have is this quarterback. Then we drafted Justin. It came out of nowhere for me, hence my exuberance and excitement, my whole neighborhood, me screaming in my garage. And it just, for whatever reason, it has not worked out for all the different reasons we can talk about. But the fact that they now traded him, this is the guy that I grew up my entire life scouting nothing but quarterbacks. My entire life. I barely looked at anybody in the draft from like 20 until recently. More recently because of this show. But it was always quarterbacks. And when I saw this kid and I was watching I just go back and peek at his highlights and I'm like, damn. Now we sit here with him in our lap. And I have the biggest, this is so Bears for me that I am like 100% convinced that they are going to trade this pick. They have the entire world believing that they're going to draft Caleb Williams. That's driving up his stock for this trade. And I wanted them to keep Justin because, as we say, if we only had the 9th pick, well, then it would be Justin. I wanted them to keep Justin until it became a possibility that Caleb Williams was the guy. And I wasn't able to allow myself to even think about that thought because it was just so surreal of a thought to me. And now here he is. And I think it's maybe even so surreal to me that I don't see it happening. I literally think that this team could decide to trade so far down with that pick that they don't even get a quarterback until the 3rd round. And literally we could be sitting here with Tyson. This is how I feel about my team because I just have no trust in them. That we could literally be sitting here with Tyson Bagent as our starting quarterback going into next season, into this upcoming season. And to me,
dang, you got Jgrizz drinking.
If that does happen, the haul of picks that you would get for trading that number one pick, Caleb is the haul to me. Like you've been gift horsed this player. It's just you have to take it. And I just, in my heart of hearts, in the bottom of my soul, I think that they're fucking with all of us to drive up the price of it, and he's going to be traded. And then after that, I'm going to give the channel to PJ. We already talked about all this, and then the BCP is going to be PJ is going to be the host. I'm going to get out of here because I'm not going to be able to handle. I'm not going to be able to handle the dysfunction of this team anymore if they do that shit. Well, if you're going to trade Justin, draft Caleb. Period.
Let's wait and start now.
You want to go next then?
Oh no, I was going to go last because
Okay, you go last.
Yeah,
straight out of the bottle, shorty.
I'm done. I'm
just reading it.
That's all I wanted to say. I didn't want to go on too much of a rant, but this goes back for like 3 years for me, literally. And it was never possible in my mind that that he could be available to us right now.
Yeah, so 3 years ago, we still
100 fucking all in. No, it was the same draft that they were drafting Justin is when I first saw his tape, or at least I heard about him. That was his first year, right? Was Justin's last year? Am I wrong?
Wrong.
So he came out the next season after Justin was in Georgia.
Justin been in the league for 3 years, and Caleb was in college for 3 years.
Okay, so that's my point is I was looking at quarterbacks in that draft thinking
when he was a freshman at Oklahoma.
Yeah. Thinking that, wow, but then I saw something change in his game. He got like more dynamic. His passes became different. He was holding the ball differently. He was slinging it from the ball comes out of his hand so quick, and his footwork is so fucking quick, and everything is just and J2K, I know you were talking about in chat, like slow down and seeing the whole field thing. I believe that he does see the whole field differently than most people, not just Justin, most people. Now I'm done. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Go ahead, Foster.
I'll make mine short and sweet, man, because you're asking about what I think of the trade the Bears made now that they've got rid of Fields, right? Okay, I'm a Fields backer, man. I was a Fields guy all the way, but I'm not.
So was I. I literally started this channel because of it. Is my point.
Right, I remember. I'm not an NFL scout, man. I love Fields, and I hope he does great. I still believe he's going to be the man somewhere. I do. Whether I'm right or wrong is a different story. But I'm a Bears fan, man. I've been doing this stuff for over 50 years with these teams. And most of those 50 years have been, BJ, as you know, not the greatest if you're a Chicago Bears fan. So I said it in our chat yesterday, man, just our personal, the four of us talk, guys, on the phone. So, and I just said, PGT, Poles got this. I was not happy at all. I felt kind of let down, and I was very aggravated and upset with the situation. But it's just to the realization, and this has been said 100 times. I'm a Bears fan, man. I'm going to root for every Bears player. And that's just how it is. And my only thing is I keep saying in my head, I'm like, man, Caleb better kill it here because if Fields takes off, Poles and all these guys are gone anyways, and we'll never hear the end of it. So that's how sweet and simple I'm going to keep it. I'm going to root for whoever they draft, but we're taking Caleb with the first. If we don't, I would be extremely shocked. Extremely shocked to go through all this and be sitting here today in the position they're in. You got to take the guy who's the number one quarterback coming out of the draft. If we would have did that last year, we might have had a problem.
Who's next? You want to go, Walt?
Sure. I'll keep it short and sweet. The Dice Cast, Caleb Williams coming to Chicago.
Okay. Thank you.
That's
what we need. That's what we need. That's what we need to keep me from giving the channel to PJ. Grizz, how are you feeling about this?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, now that I'm able to detach my feelings and all that were involved at first, I was supporting Justin. I'm not a huge fanboy though. Only person I ever was a fanboy of, or only two players, was Mike, MJ, and Sweetness. Those are the only two players that I would cry over if they would have left the city in their prime or on their ascension to the heights that they reached. But I'm a single dad of 2 kids or 3 children, and I don't really have time to attach myself to one player like that nowadays. But I identified with Fields because I feel like he embodied everything that the city is about: blue collar, hard nosed, tough, back against the wall when everybody was coming at him, and not even his 3rd year in the league and 2nd year, and he's already catching slack. The team wasn't ready for contention. It wasn't fully built. Going through an offensive coordinator and Nagy that didn't want anything to do with him after that 1st year. Everybody knows the story. So, but now that I'm able to look at it, he's gone. Oh well, time to move on. But yeah, I was a supporter because I wanted to fill every hole on the roster and give him a shot with a legit team around him. I mean, where it was elite all around him, and it didn't work out that way. Looking back, last year I didn't really support Carolina's QB, Bryce. Somebody help me out, please. Bryce Young. I looked at CJ Stroud as being the man. If the Bears were to take a QB, I wanted CJ Stroud after the performance in the combine, and a lot of people weren't on his really impressed by him. I forget if it was because of the testing or whatever, the cognitive tests or whatever, that NFL teams started to frown upon him. But I liked the talent that the kid showed, even though Ohio State QBs don't have a great track record of being legit NFL stars at the QB position. So I was like, if the Bears are going to take a QB, I want it to be Stroud. But if Caleb would have came out last year, I would have been him over Stroud. Now looking back at it, I feel like Stroud is the man, and I'm not sure if Caleb can be that good and be the aircraft carrier, I guess, so to speak, and throw a team on his back and take him to the playoffs. But he's the overwhelming consensus. I'm no expert. I respect everybody's opinion. My opinion is he's good enough to get the job done. And if we're going to draft a QB this year, then it has to be Caleb, in my opinion, and I'll back him, What else can I say? As a Notre Dame fan, that's hard to say, but I do see the talent there, but I don't think he's generational or even in the same category as CJ Stroud. Like I said, I'm a big fan of CJ Stroud. And hopefully Caleb can be that guy. But I think he has some humbling to do, especially with being paid as much as he was in college. I'm not mad at him. Get your money, as all college players, athletes who make big bucks for their universities should. But he's got some lofty shoes. He says he knows what Chicago's about, but it's more than just deep dish pizza and hot dogs and Michael Jordan and living up to those expectations, especially at the QB position when, we've never had no one with the expectations that Caleb has when he gets here, if we end up deciding to draft him with the first pick. But I feel like we're almost a few injuries away from not being fully complete or ready to take that step and go 10-7, and as everyone is expecting, and make it into the playoffs. We lose a guy like Sweat, God forbid, knock on wood. I don't like wishing, even mentioning it into existence. But hopefully, we can stay healthy in the trenches, depending on who we draft. Because with only 3 picks, if we draft Caleb in the draft, Sweat goes down, or Darnell Wright, let me stop mentioning names. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry. But somebody goes down of importance or significance, we're in trouble. And I feel like I wish we could have done more to deepen the talent in the trenches and in positions of need. So it's got me worried. I don't, but I'm no expert. Those are just my opinions, and bear down. And I'm more optimistic and glass half full than empty. So I think we'll make a push. I think Pose I believe in him, and I think he's doing, right by the team and by the city. So,
I have a question when everyone's done. Thank you for that. I think you kind of said it well for a Bears fan, because it's just, this is an upgrade in my opinion. And if you're trying to, a quarterback in Chicago that is like the best quarterback in the entire NFC is going to become a immortal god in this city. And that's what personally I think is the whole thing about RG3 and Deion Sanders coming out talking shit, is like the league is worried that if we get a quarterback that is that, like, if we had a Patrick Mahomes quarterback or even fucking Aaron Rodgers, that we would take over the entire world. There'd be 15 Bears players, 15 people in every bar wearing Bears jerseys, every city across the entire country. And so I think they're trying to like make sure that doesn't happen by trying to push the narrative for him, like, don't play for us. So I don't know. J2K, I want to know what you think though. I'm dying to hear what you have to say.
Cade McNown, Rex Grossman, Mitch Trubisky, Justin Fields. I've lived my life as a Bear fan with so much hope. But I got to say, everybody should get really excited about Caleb Williams. He is special, and he's easily, by far, the most talented quarterback that we'll ever draft. And he's going to the best team any quarterback has ever been drafted first overall to. Right now, we've got the potential makings. I don't want to get too excited about this, but I mean, dynasty? Could it be? I mean, when has a team this good drafted first overall and had a quarterback of this caliber available to them? And it's hard. It's so hard for Bears fans and myself, because I thought that about Justin Fields. I had so much hope. I had more hope for Justin Fields than any quarterback we've ever drafted. And now I'm looking at a guy who I have more hope for. I mean, considering him coming out as a rookie, Fields coming out as a rookie. So I would say to everybody, just get excited about Caleb Williams. You know, Fields is a Steeler, and I wish him the best of luck. I still have a lot of optimism about Fields and him being a very good quarterback in the NFL. But it's time to turn our focus onto Caleb Williams and this team that Ryan Poles is building. And I mean, the best GM I've ever seen in Chicago, potentially getting the best quarterback I've ever seen in Chicago, potentially going to the best landing spot for a team drafting first overall. So I would like to just be on the side of getting hyped up for Caleb Williams, getting back to the audacity of hope, and bear down.
Yes, sir. Bear down.
I think that is very well said, because you alluded to what I was going to ask, which was if both of these quarterbacks were coming out of college right now, who would you want? For me, it would be Caleb. And now, PJ, I know that you've been, I have my man crush. I know you have your man crush. So let's hear it, man. Let's hear it. Lay it on us, brother.
All right, let's start. The question is, what do I feel about the Fields trade? I've been a Bears fan since 1969.
Poor bastard.
And I have never seen a really good quarterback here. When we drafted Fields, I thought Fields was, first of all, I didn't think we was going to be able to get him. I thought he was going to be the second quarterback taken. So when we actually did get him, I was like, okay. He was a pocket passer, strong arm, threw one time in college. Gets here under Nagy, wasn't meant to play that first year. So I'm like, okay, they're not going to play him. They bring in Dalton to learn a new offense, but they're going to have Fields sit behind him. Get thrusted into the best defense in the world at the time, Cleveland, gets destroyed. But he persevered, showed that Chicago-type mentality of fighting back, fought through the adversity, kept fighting. So we chalked that up like, okay, it was a tough rookie season. Next year will be better. Next year comes, and they blow up the team. Every good player worth trading, we got rid of. And Fields left with no weapons, no protection, no defense, left to stand alone. Like, okay, still showing that Chicago mentality, fighting through the adversity. I'm like, all right, cool. Next year comes the third year. Okay, we finally decide to give him some semblance of a weapon in DJ Moore. Tried another one in Chase Claypool, but that was a bad decision in bringing him in. But swung and missed. But Fields showed steady improvement. Wasn't mass improvement overnight because, again, he only had one weapon. But he showed some improvement, still showed the grit, still showed the work ethics, the leadership, the things that we complained about Jay Cutler for not having. Oh, he has a strong arm, but he doesn't have the leadership. He has a bad attitude. Can't say those things about Fields. Said things about Mr. Trubisky. Oh, he was fragile. He couldn't handle the mental aspect of it. Fields good. Now, off season comes. We finally started getting some pieces around Fields. Weapons, protection. Like, okay, he can finally be able to enjoy the resemblance of a real football team. You would think. But no, they decide they want to trade him. They trade him, and you're like, all right, well, now all the pundits are saying, well, he never really threw the ball on time. If I'm being honest, when I look at Caleb, he doesn't throw the ball on time. So when I seen Fields in college, he threw the ball more on time than what I see what Caleb does. I literally watched today some film on Caleb, and he took 10 seconds to throw a pass. That's not going to happen in the NFL. So while people talking about how great Caleb is going to be, I'm not denying that he's a good player. But he has his flaws just like Fields does. But I have seen improvement in Fields. So we'll go from a 7-10 team. What are we going to be next year? I'm hoping we can improve, but we got to realize we're going to go through some hiccups of having a rookie quarterback. So me being a Bears fan for 55 years and seeing that a quarterback that we had that had some who was going and trending upward, we get rid of him to go to another quarterback to start all over, not knowing exactly what he is. I'd rather go with the devil I know than the devil I don't. Because again, I've seen improvement. And that's from a player who didn't have the protection, didn't have the weapons, but he still was improving. Adam Mason showed that every week on his podcast, how the Bears Fields was improving. So how I feel is, to sum it up in a sentence, is a dream deferred. Once again, a dream deferred. We had a guy that was actually improving, but yet because we got this new shiny toy that we can possibly get, we're going to forget what we already have and what we have in improvement to go with something we really hope for, because, man, we never had the number one overall pick before, and we got to have that. No matter if he's better than Caleb or better than Justin or not, we got to have this new toy because that's just what we have to have.
What can I ask you a question? If so, you're talking about incremental improvement that you've been seeing, and that's kind of what, all of us as Bears fans, we always try to, even like with Trubisky, we all got behind the fact that they fucked that up and trade from 3 to 1 when they didn't even have to get a guy that sucked. And I'm not saying Justin sucks, but we all knew, we were all like, what the? It wasn't anything like when we drafted Justin. And we all still tried to find all of the good things in his game. And then here we fast forward to Justin, the next quarterback, and we were all excited and we expected him to just blow up the league. And now he's just getting incrementally better. Yes, I was worried by them because, listen, if they didn't play Justin his first year, he's just going to learn another offense for no damn reason, to have another head coach come in with another offensive system anyways. So they had to at least give it a chance with him, albeit the wrong game with the Browns.
I'm trying to hear
They could have waited a week. Huh?
I'm trying to hear your question.
So the question is, if you're talking about incremental, steps, he was getting better every year. We cannot deny that. That was the hope that I did not think for the life of me that they were going to trade him. I did not think that they were going to trade him. I did not think that they were just going to say, fuck it, we're going to pull the trigger and go with this guy and then roll the dice. And because statistically, like everything that we see with our eyes passes the test that he's better than. What if Caleb comes out and throws for over 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns in his rookie season, takes us to the championship game? Are you going to feel the same way? Or are you going to be like, oh, well, are you going into this where like you can't, like, are you too upset about it you're just going to always be hanging on to this? Or are you going to be able to go, okay, yeah, well, I see it now. I see why.
I will say this, because the question was how I feel about the trade. Yeah. Now, what's going to happen for this year is going to change my opinion one way or another about the trade. Whether or not Justin goes to Pittsburgh and leads him to a Super Bowl, I'm going to feel a certain type of way. Or if Caleb comes here and leads us to a Super Bowl, I'm going to feel a certain, because I'm a Bears fan first. However, from what I've seen so far, and this is all I can act on, is what I've seen so far, Caleb holds onto the ball too long before throwing a pass. Caleb does not throw the ball on time in college. So if that's what I see in college, I'm wondering how is that going to translate to the NFL, because in college, Fields threw the ball on time. Great.
Are you talking about 1, 2, 3, drop, plant your foot, throw the ball?
Yeah.
Okay, but when you're talking about improvising a play and the ball takes too long to come out, listen, Justin, when he was running left or right, the ball came out with a snap. It was quick, but there's a lot of plays that we have seen where by the time he planted his foot, the play was over because it took him too long to wind up to get the ball out.
The point I'm making,
whereas Caleb is just like he's holding it with one hand the whole time, so he can just snap it, wherever it wants to go.
Holding the ball with one hand going to cause more fumbles, first of all. Second of all, here's the thing. We're comparing Fields in the NFL to Caleb in college. Caleb in college doesn't have the competition that Fields had in the NFL. That's why I'm saying when he was in college, he was throwing the ball on time. When he got in the NFL, it became a little bit slower because better competition. So I'm wondering what's going to happen with Caleb. And with better competition, is he going to even hold on the ball even longer now? Because I'm watching him in college literally today, holding on the ball for 10 seconds before he throws it in college against a team who wasn't even a top 20 team. What is he going to do against NFL defenses? So that's the point I'm making. So if I'm looking at it from that perspective, I'm like, okay, I'm not pleased with the trade. Now, is there a possibility Caleb can be great? Absolutely, there's a possibility. But how I feel about it right now, as we speak today, I'm not happy about the trade. Not happy about it at all. That's where I stand.
As a
Hey,
Bears
can I jump
fan,
in real quick?
yes, sir.
So first off, I just want to expel the myth that Fields didn't progress. I do see in the chat, in all the chats, people bringing up stats. They do a lot of things with the stats to try to give this impression that Fields did not improve year after year after year. He absolutely improved. Now, did he improve as quickly or as much as we wanted or as much as polls hoped for? No, not necessarily. And there's things to point to that are Fields' fault and also coaching fault.
Agreed.
You know, switching up his feet, switching up offenses, not having receivers to grow with. So there's a whole lot of things. And the other myth, too, is that Caleb Williams isn't going to walk into the NFL throwing 32 touchdowns and 4,000 yards in his rookie year. I mean, look at rookie quarterbacks, the best rookie quarterbacks of, ever. I mean, you can take C.J. Stroud and try to make that comparison, but C.J. Stroud is one of the rarest quarterback situations, I've ever seen for a rookie. And he walked in some fantastic coaching and an incredibly underrated supporting cast, So now we're talking about polls looking at the future of the Chicago Bears, not next season, but in 3 years, in 5 years. He wants to build this team the correct way long term, and I see him doing that. So how he moved on from Fields, given Caleb Williams in the first overall draft pick and having the 9th draft pick and having the cap available, it does make sense. I do see the logic in this. And as much as I had so much hope for Fields, and I still thought that we could have gotten a haul, traded back, kept Fields, had a bunch of great draft picks, brought down that cap because we have multiple first-round draft picks at multiple priority positions. We could have absolutely built a championship team that way. So I see 2 roads leading to really positive things. One's Caleb and one's Justin, and polls took Caleb.
And I think that's a great assessment because we've been I could find both reasons ways for both reasons that would have been a good idea. But I am perfectly, in fact, I'm so happy about the fact that we could be drafting Caleb Williams or that we should be drafting Caleb Williams that I just don't think we're going to do it. That's just not the Bears.
Well, let me just
They're going to fuck this up somehow.
I want to add one more thing real quick here. I already compared what I've seen from what I've seen in Caleb and what I've seen in Justin. The only thing I want to add, had we not made the trade for Justin, there was a great possibility where we could have got a trade down with Washington, got a couple of first rounders, couple of second rounders, and possibly a player because they're getting desperate right now because they really want Caleb. After going to number 2, we could have traded down with Minnesota. Got their 3 first-round draft picks, 2 this year and 1 next year. With all those type of players that we could have got and have Justin, I think that weighs more than just having Caleb by himself. That's all I wanted to say, because I'm looking at, to what J2K was saying, looking at bettering the whole team, because we have a hole at defensive end, we have a hole on the center position, we have a hole on the other wide receiver position. We have several holes on this team that we could fill having had all those draft picks. But we traded him. Now we're going to see what happens. And news flash for Bearski in the chat, I would say this: while you're saying I had ridiculous takes on Justin Fields and whatever else, Caleb's what we would call is a athletic quarterback as well. So are you going to cheer for him, seeing as though you said that was a problem with Fields? Mahomes was an athletic quarterback as well. I guess he couldn't win the Super Bowl either. But that's all I want to say.
And Peter, you make a great point. And this is I think all Bears fans should hear this, is that this wasn't like going down the Fields road was like some bad road. The trade back for the Hall, that was an absolutely good possibility of creating a championship team. And I just, I can't stand this whole division where people put Justin Fields on one scale and Caleb Williams on the other, and somehow one goes up and the other goes down. I think both routes were great routes, and this is a defining moment in Poles' career to pick which road he wants to take. And I respect your opinion, PJ, that you feel that keeping Fields and getting all those draft picks, getting that haul, saving cap with the first-round draft picks we get and second-round draft picks we get. I did the math on this over the course of 3 to 5 years, and it breaks even. So people saying, oh, well, you pay Justin Fields, $200 million over 5 years or whatever, we're not going to have the money. Well, we would have had the money if we had traded for those draft picks. So to me, I see both routes as positive routes, but I do respect your opinion as far as seeing one side being better than the other. But just don't tear down one side because, and not saying to you, PJ, but to the chat, to the general Bears fans, just don't tear down the other side and say that their side is garbage.
Yep,
both sides were good routes to take.
Right. J2K, real quick, just to piggyback off what you just said, what tipped the scale in the other direction? Getting Poles more years on his, time to build.
True.
At the end of the day, it gave him an extra 2 to 3 years to hang around. Justin Fields' route would have only got him 1 more year. He passes up on Caleb Williams.
Yeah,
that's what tipped the scales in Caleb Williams and going that route and getting rid of Justin's favor, in my opinion.
Point.
With all due respect.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That was absolutely my take on this. Is it you look at it from Poles' perspective, man, because like you just said, if he stays with Justin and we don't make the playoffs and probably win a game in the playoffs, that could end everything we're doing. Taking Caleb in this draft, does everybody really think that do you expect them to make a deep run in the playoffs next year? It's just a question. Do you with the rookie quarterback? Because the odds are against it.
I would expect him to still make the playoffs, because if you was expecting to make the playoffs with Fields, I would expect if you're going to get rid of him, the next person you bring in, you still expect to make the playoffs.
Agreed.
Now,
going to happen. I mean, like
I haven't said that.
Everything looks great about Caleb. I mean, he looks, his footwork, his release, the things he can do on the field are great, but we're not going to know until he's playing in the NFL. It's that simple in my eyes. So.
Well, here's the thing though. For me, it's like what I'm most fearful of, and I'm going to leave. I want to put this to bed. What I'm most fearful of, we had Trubisky come in under Fox. Year later, Fox get fired. New head coach. New head coach Nagy Try to work it out with Trubisky. Didn't drafts Fields. A year later, he's out of there. Now we got Eberflus. Got Fields. Got rid of Fields. Now we're bringing in the next quarterback. Hopefully, like you guys say, Caleb. If he doesn't win next year, if this team regresses because we don't have that depth because we got rid of our draft picks and all these other things, so we get a serious injury, be it a wide receiver, be it a defensive end, be it whatever, we get a serious injury, we regress, we have a bad, horrible season. Eberflus is going to be out of here. We're now putting that quarterback, be it Caleb or whoever, in the same situation we've been doing for the last decade. Wash, rinse, repeat. I have been a Bears fan for 55 years. I've seen progress in this particular quarterback. That's why I had a hard time letting him go. So we're going to sit up there and be in that same bad situation. That's what I'm really fearful of.
I have a question that I would like to ask everyone here in chat and you guys on the panel. Why was Darnell Mooney so good last year? And as soon as we got DJ Moore, Darnell Mooney disappeared because his love for the game was gone, because he wasn't his favorite, player anymore.
You want me to answer that honestly?
No, could I finish? Okay. Go ahead and answer it, and I'll give you my take.
I'll give you my honest answer. I think it was the politics of football, because when Allen Robinson was on his last year of the contract, they didn't pass him the ball either, and he was out of here, and he got a lower price in free agency. They was trying to give a lower price for Mooney by not passing him the ball because they offered him a 3-year, $10 million a year contract that he passed up on. So they say, okay, you're not going to take our contract. We're not going to sit up there and pass you the ball. That's what I really believe, and that's the politics of football.
So you think that they actually said, oh, we're using Mooney as a decoy on this play. Even if you see him open, don't throw the ball to him.
That's because the politics of football.
What I'm trying to say is he was a 2-read quarterback. That's why it's one of two things. Listen, either the Bears all the teams that wanted him were in the NFC, and they were not going to trade him to an NFC team, so they were trying to hold out trying to get the best they could because they knew the Steelers were the only AFC team that wanted him, because it would be stupid to trade him to the NFC. So they ended up getting a bag of peanuts for him. But if you look at the reason why, they would have gotten a 2nd-round pick for him. If in my opinion, and I'm not an analyst, I'm not a professional, I'm not an NFL coach, but if you have Darnell Mooney playing great last year and commits to 2nd read, and now you have DJ Moore playing great this year and commits to 2nd read, where the fuck is if you're seeing the entire field, no matter whether or not the guy is open or not, or you're not supposed to go to him on that play, because this is what I think is going to be the difference with Caleb. He is going to just go, fuck that, I'm throwing the ball to him. Boom, out of my hand, it's gone. Touchdown.
All right, so Shorty. All right, so we went into the season with Chase Claypool, DJ Moore, and Mooney, right? And Getsy designed this offense to be a split field read offense. So what that is that there's a safety in the center, right? Or there's center field open, center field closed. You've got numbers on one side or numbers on the other side as far as the defense. So the idea is that you run 2 go routes with your X and your Z receiver. You've got your Y receiver in Mooney. He's running a sail route. You've got Cole Kmet playing Y tight end over there. He's running a sail route, right? And the idea is that you go, okay, where are the numbers? Okay, I'm going to go left because the numbers are to the right. So that's the play call. So you've got your 1, your 2, and then you've got your check down to the running back. Chase Claypool didn't work out, and he wasn't working out in training camp, and he came out and he said, I'm not being utilized the way I want to be utilized, right? So we end up trading him. Well, because of that, we no longer could run this split field progression read system. So we had to switch back to a pure progression read system that Getsy was really good at he didn't call plays in Green Bay, but he saw how with Devontae Adams in Green Bay, they had a pure progression read system. Devontae Adams, because guys just get opened every single time. So he was like, okay, now we're going to flip the offense from a split field read offense to a pure progression read offense. I got DJ Moore. He's going to go on a deep over route. I got Mooney on a crosser, and I got Cole Kmet on a curl route. So now you're talking about, well, now the defense is going, okay, well, this is easier for us to defend because we see what your 1-2-3 is. So what we're doing now is we're just covering your 1-2-3. We're not having to decide which side of the field we're going to stack, basically have one extra defender. So suddenly you simplify this. And Kurt Warner put out a great video on how much he prefers the split field read system over a pure progression read system. But we didn't have guys who could get open with the split field read system. So now all of a sudden you've got Mooney and DJ Moore. DJ Moore is like Mooney times 1,000, right? They're both Z wide receivers, and we don't have an X. We had Tyler Scott as our X, right? So when you say that you didn't think that Fields could see the field or that he couldn't get past his second read, to me that's a byproduct of how the offense was destroyed when Chase Claypool didn't work out. And from what I saw on tape, you can go look at a quarterback school with JT O'Sullivan. You watch those first 3 to 5 games and you see the split field reads. And then after Chase is gone, you see the pure progression offense. So it's hard for me to sit here and say that Fields doesn't see the field. Now, was he gun shy? Was he seeing ghosts? Was he running out of the pocket early? Was his offensive lineman not blocking correctly? We saw a lot of that stuff. Yeah. And also, Mooney had an uncharacteristic amount of drops this year. That has nothing to do with Fields.
Right. Fair enough. Well said. Thank you. That was really well said, actually.
Shorty, it's pretty much simply mathematics here, man. You guys are trying to make it a little too complicated. We brought up 2021. He had 140 targets and 81 catches for 1,000 yards. He was on pace to do that in 2022. He only got half the amount of receptions. So he only had under 500 yards. It's just a numbers game. Same thing happened last year. He's not as bad as people are making out to be in terms of his overall production, given the amount of attempts and targets and receptions he had. The big thing is his catch percentage went down 15% in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
That's huge.
And for whatever reason you were saying, like J2K, gun shy, because I was making every play videos for like a year and a half there or something. I went back and I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go back and rewatch those videos just to see what the difference was between this year and last year. And he played better last year. He did. And then after the injury this year, he played a lot better after that. The ball was coming out quicker. I had no complaints about Justin Fields at all after the injury this year. So I was really kind of shocked that they actually traded him. We opened the show like, what? I couldn't believe it. All right. I think we're done with that. Are we done with this conversation, guys? You guys want to talk about some draft prospects?
One other thing is that to further this point is that, Getsy got another OC job. And he got another OC job because he walked in there and he just said what I just said to you guys about how he was handcuffed in that offense when Chase Claypool didn't pan out and he didn't have an X receiver and had to switch his offense up and all this kind of stuff. So, that's why people make this excuse. Oh, well, Getsy got another job. So, it must have been Fields' fault. Nothing is 100%. And if you look at the nuances and you actually study the tape and all this kind of stuff, you see why he got another job, why Fields can be a great quarterback, a great starting quarterback in the NFL and lead his team to a playoff. So I don't want to hear it from people that he is garbage, Caleb's the greatest, Getsy's horrible. It's not 100%. So, please respect the fact that these guys aren't garbage, whether you're talking about Caleb or Getsy or Fields or Flus or whoever.
Well, if I remember correctly, Pierce, the head coach for the Raiders, went on to the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark, and he made mention saying that Reason why he liked Getsy, because Getsy took a undrafted Division II quarterback and beat his Raiders team last year. So he wanted that guy as his offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he designed an offense.
Hard to do.
Huh?
He was acting like that was very hard to do. It really wasn't.
There was a bad defense, true. But he did design an offense to a young kid who wasn't mobile, was a different offense than he had been running with Fields. And he did win. He did, so, Getsy wasn't amazing, but he wasn't horrible.
Yeah. Let's not forget, too, Getsy was choice number 2. He wouldn't have a job if Cliff Kingsbury walked to Washington.
Yeah.
So he'd more likely be on the unemployment line right now.
And the Raiders' offense will be absolutely horrible this year. So yeah,
they still got Adams though.
They do, but I mean, just all across the board on offense, it's going to be rough for Getsy again.
By the way,
they don't have a QB.
If Flus does get fired after this season for whatever reason, I could see Lincoln Riley coming in next year and being the head coach of the Bears.
Lincoln Riley's
Lincoln Riley doesn't believe in any defense. He's going to try to outscore you 50, 60 to whatever, The
D'Antoni of the NFL, right?
Yeah, that's it, man. I've seen him.
All right, fellas, let's get to this.
Let's change it up with this question from Leo Factor. I have a question. Other than MHJ or Neighbors, they'll be gone by then. What draft player would you want at 9 and why?
Foster.
9 at pick 9, Leo. It depends on who goes where. I'm thinking we got 2 choices. I think I said this last week because that's about where the defensive ends are going to come in. And if, I know we just signed Keenan Allen. It's a 1-year deal. I'm hoping still that can somehow be worked out to 2 years because I'd love to have him here to teach these younger receivers, hopefully, that we're bringing in. So I'd be looking at Odunze if he's still there at 9, or Dallas. What's his last name? Turner.
Yes.
Okay. So those are the 2 guys I'd be looking at 9. It just depends on which way Fields wants to go and who's available. Because we've spent, if you go back and look at the budget or the money we've spent, we've got some capital spent in all 3 sections of the defense. Linebacker, defensive end, cornerback. With JJ signing that new contract. So I'm thinking maybe that he might be more inclined to go Dallas Turner if he's there at 9. And that's just my take. I'm not saying I'm right because the draft is deeper this year for wide receiver than it is for defensive ends. So you might want to grab that guy because you can always look at all the wide receivers that Green Bay's just drafted in the last 2 seasons. All of those guys, except for one of them, are 3rd round or later. All of them. The only one that was drafted prior to that was Christensen in the 2nd round. Everybody else is like 4th round or later almost, I believe, if you go back and look. So the wide receiver position's there. And I'd really like to get another wide receiver because Keenan Allen's not going to be around forever. He's 35 years old or 34 years old. 32. So, that's my take on it at number 9. It just depends on who's there and what need Poles wants to fill immediately. But I'd pretty much say those are probably the 2 best choices if you're looking at it offensively and defensively is Odunze or Dallas Turner. Tell me I'm wrong. Give me some other opinion on it.
My take is at number 9. My hope is that we could trade down with a small trade down, being no further than 13. Pick up Jared Verse, and then with the second that we can get in that trade down, or even the 75th pick, I'm then taking the wide receiver. Be it in the 2nd, go for Xavier Legette, or in the 3rd with the 75th pick, getting Brendan Rice. That would be my plan for number 9.
that's probably more realistic of what will happen either way, just because we need to recoup some draft picks.
If Odunze is not there, I would say trade it down. But if he is, I think that you have to get that, because like you said, Keenan Allen's not going to be here for that much longer. My hope is they extend the contract, right? Because maybe they can break that up a little bit and give him a signing bonus so that because what are we capped out right now almost?
Well, my fear is we don't have another starting defensive end opposite of Sweat. So if we don't get one in the first round, we're going to pass on all the good ones because the wide receiver class is deeper.
What about just go bring back Yannick? Yannick, I mean, he had four sacks.
I don't think he's a starter.
He had 4 sacks in 5 games with Sweat.
Do we have the $10 million or $13 million? They just signed Young for like 13. Do we have that available?
Yeah, I don't think Ndakwe is a starter at this point in his career, especially coming off an injury.
How are you feeling about that, Grizz?
Oh.
I see Mike Jansky say Darius Robinson. I was just looking at him too, man. Sorry, Jay Grizz. I was just going to say.
No worries.
That could be another trade back, and that's a guy that I would be looking at, Darius Robinson, as far as defensive end. But he's going to be, what, like 50, Walt? He's going to be in the second round there. So you've got to get that second round pick in the trade back.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with that, Foster, for sure. If we go Caleb, 9, I want to go Verse or Dallas Turner if Alt is not there. And if let's say Alt isn't there and we trade down from 9 away from Dallas Turner or Verse, then hopefully we trade back not too far in the first round where maybe the other LSU wide receiver is available. Thomas, is that correct? Yeah.
Thomas. Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah. I'm really high on him.
He's nice.
Yeah. Yep. He sure is. Yeah. He reminds me a lot of Alshon, and that's who I picture whenever I see him. But if we don't go wide receiver in that first round and we trade back and too far back into the first round where we're not going to go wide receiver at all and we just go defensive end or something like that, like Latu or something like that, or JPJ even, I wouldn't be mad at that. But in second or third round, I would like to shoot for a wide receiver such as Lad McConkey or Brendan Rice. Yeah, so those are
nice. Okay.
Because if we go Caleb first, I think that would just make sense to go Brendan Rice in the third or late second round. You know what I mean? If we're able to get a second round pick when we trade down from that number 9 spot.
There's options. That's the good thing. There's options for polls to take here.
Yeah, there are. Yep.
I'd love to know how to pronounce this name. Yatazakya.
Yeah.
Yatazakya. There you go.
Yatazaka. Yep.
If 9 if Alter Fashana was there, that'd make it interesting. That's for sure.
I don't think they're going to be there.
I don't think so. What do you?
I don't think so.
I mean, the thing about Joe Alt and Fashanu, they're more than likely going to be gone at that point. Probably the Giants or the Chargers, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Chargers taking a receiver now that they got rid of theirs.
They might, but they need to protect Justin Herbert too. So
yeah, they really need the protection, and they can pick up. They got some picks. They can pick up a wide receiver later, Peach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Quick question. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, J2K.
Go, Jay. Go, Jay.
No, my stuff is kind of nonsensical and kind of silly, but
nothing.
Number 1 for Justin Herbert. Is that crazy of me to think, or would anybody be in on that? Would you be mad at that? Whatever.
The number 1 running back? If he was our number 1 running back?
No, number 1 pick.
Justin Herbert,
straight up.
not Khalil Herbert. Justin Herbert, the quarterback. From the
Oh
Cardinals.
yeah, I did see that because I thought to myself, because I literally don't think they're gonna. I think they're gonna fuck this up and trade the pick. I really do. So I thought, well, are they gonna fuck it up so bad that they trade it to an NFC team? Let's see what's going on here. And the first team AFC could be Justin Herbert, right? So they could just swap. They could give us Justin Herbert. We go from 1 to 5. Then they get JJ McCarthy, right, as a backup or something.
I just.
Oh no, I'm sorry. They wouldn't do that because they would have Justin Herbert. But they take like a receiver like MHJ if he's still there or something like that. That would be insane. That's a big what if, dude.
I just think that the whole reason Harbaugh's there is because he knows he's already got the quarterback in place. He doesn't have to deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, we were just complaining about paying Justin Fields. We're going to take on Justin Herbert's contract.
Right.
No, that's true.
So,
but I just don't know how happy Justin Herbert is about losing his top wide receiver and a bunch of offensive weapons. He doesn't have Eckler there no more. Offensive line is terrible.
Can I say this? And I want to get to J2K answer because he didn't get the chance to answer the last one. But I'll say this. I think it's a strong possibility with that Justin Herbert trade, they would do that with Minnesota and get a couple of first-round draft picks that they have to give up Justin Herbert and give up those 2 first-round draft picks. And that's what I believe. And then with one of those draft picks, they then try to get their guy, J.J. McCarthy in L.A. But J2K, please.
Thank you, PJ. So at number 9 pick, I would like a little bit of a trade back because I would like some more draft picks. And it's the only place I see us being able to get more draft picks is a trade back from 9. But if we're sitting at 9 and I have to make my pick, let me ask you guys this. What's more important? A third wide receiver, a offensive tackle who, may start or probably should start, or a center that could start, or a defensive end that would start. So I'm leaning towards the defensive end. I wouldn't take a center in the top 10. I do think that there are some really awesome prospects at wide receiver that could go very high that we could take. I'll get to my Odunze opinion in a second because that will be controversial for a lot of people. So I think that Dallas Turner is the best prospect for the need at that pick. I do have some issues with Liatu's overall athleticism, his overall physical makeup. He doesn't feel like a Poles pick to me. I think there's a kind of a concern, not only with the neck injury, but when a guy taps out in college with his technique, how much better can he get? And if he doesn't have the physical upside, how much better can he get? So while I really like Latu, I do think he's a little bigger of a risk than a guy like Dallas Turner. I do really like Jared Verse, but I don't think he's a double-digit sack guy. I really don't. I think he's going to be a very solid edge defender in the pass and the run game. I think a team that will be very happy with him in that 12 to 15 range, but I don't necessarily see a sack artist, someone with pure athleticism like I see with Dallas Turner. And I think Dallas Turner is going to be really favored by 3-4 teams and 4-3 teams because he is so athletic. But you're talking about a guy who absolutely can grow into a physical specimen that can stop the run, but he is so good at being a pass rusher. And you look at what Poles likes in the athlete side of the players he drafts, and Dallas Turner fits that makeup. Now, Odunze, I loved him last year when I thought he might be coming out, and I was like, high second-round draft pick. I love this kid. This year, I think the hype on him is too much. And I know that's going to shock a lot of people. One of the things I'll point out to, and it's not only is it tape, but it's also statistics. He has one of the highest contested catch percentage success out of anybody in this draft at wide receiver. And it is like really high. When you watch on tape, he doesn't always get open. Now, he's fantastic at these 50-50 balls that he calls 100% him, 0% the defender. But he doesn't actually get open as much as I would like, and as much as I see from Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas, Donnie Mitchell, Lad McConkey, Roman Wilson. I mean, these guys are just getting wide open in their routes. I do really like Odunze, but I don't think he's a top 10 pick. And I think the hype on him is just blown out of proportion. I think he is in that 12 to 15 range. I would be absolutely happy if we traded back for him. But a lot of people are saying he won't even be there at 9. And I disagree with that.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, J2K, just because we're talking about Dallas Turner a little bit earlier.
Yes.
What is your opinion if we traded back a little more and say we miss? You said Verse ain't a top guy. What do you think of Chop Robinson, man? What do you think about picking him up?
I think he fits the 3-4 team. Okay. I think he has the quickness and the athleticism that Poles looks for, but he doesn't have the height and the length. And I think Poles wants that whole package in a player. You know, you look at a guy like Gordon, our nickel back, who he was not that instinctive as a cornerback, but he had just the length and the athleticism. So and Poles ended up taking him more as an athlete. So I think Poles looks at that. He likes the length, the height, the athleticism. I think Dallas Turner fits that bill the most out of everybody. I would go Jared Verse next. I think he'll be scared off from Latu. I think Chop Robinson doesn't quite fit. Who else? I think Darius Robinson. I think he's a bit of too much of a tweener for us. I could see a 3-4 team putting him at 5 tech. Adise Isaac is a guy who is a maybe for me. I think he's got a little shorter arms, but I'm a little more in favor of him than some other guys, or I'm higher than him than other people. Braylon Trice. I love Braylon Trice, his overall game, but I do think those short arms, lack of bend, fluidity, won't make him a top priority for Poles. If he falls in the second round, we haven't gotten a defensive end, and we have an extra pick, then I'd be happy with Braylon Trice.
So your top 5 defensive ends for this draft would be, not in particular order, but what would they be? Your top 5.
Dallas Turner, Jared Verse. I think those are the 2 best fits right off the bat. I think that once those 2 guys are gone, I think it's going to be hard for Poles to pull the trigger on somebody else. I think he would actually go to another position of need. If we don't have those 2 edge guys, but say Donnie Mitchell is sitting there, who I know that we're doing work on right now, that's a guy that fits Poles. That the height, the length, the speed. I have some issues with his game, not enough to be down on him. But if Donnie Mitchell's there and Liatu's sitting there, I think Poles goes to Donnie Mitchell.
Well, what do you think, Jgrizz?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. But as far as what J2K was just talking about, or
no,
just
far as what is your? I know you said you haven't watched a lot of tape on these prospects, but what are your who are your top 5 defensive line prospects?
Ooh.
Not in any particular orders, but the ones that have caught your attention so far.
Okay. Well, it's my first is Turner. Turner 1, then Verse. 3 Robinson. And then 4, I would have to say Latu. And 5, Mitchell. Mitchell's from the kid from Illinois, correct?
That's Newton.
That's Newton.
Defensive tackle.
He's a defensive tackle, correct? Right? Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Yeah. So no, it would be. I'm sorry.
Mitchell's. I believe Texas Longhorns.
Yes. Okay. Yep. Yeah, Mitchell. Yep.
Okay.
Those are my top 5 in that order.
What about you, Foster?
It's the same. I could probably intermix. We're all talking about the same guys because they are in that order. And after, like what J2K said, I might have to pull Chop Robinson down if he's not the fit for this team. I just like the guy's game. That's why I want to get more information on it. So it's those are the guys. Those are the guys. I mean, just from what the 3 of us said.
Okay.
You look around at other opinions going through YouTube. They're bringing up the same name. So we all have that in common as far as who are the guys, unless you guys got somebody else to add that we're missing.
You got a sleeper, Walt?
He does.
Oh, I got a couple of guys.
Oh.
I mean, I never really got to answer the last question either. So
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. We'll go
Answer
back.
both,
Probably.
Walt.
I mean, I'll just segue into both. Number 9, you go Dallas Turner if he's available, and if you're worried, do a reverse deal last year. Take a 4th round pick next year, move up to number 8, and get him. No.
Right.
Whatever you gotta do to get the guy. At this point, that's all that matters.
That's if Atlanta doesn't take him.
What's that, Jay?
Who's the sleeper you got? Edge.
Sleeper edge, Jonah Ellis out of Utah. Mohamed Kamar, Colorado State is another good one.
Oh yeah.
Trying to think of somebody really, off the wall that you might not have heard of. Just give me a second.
You like Nealon?
Someone mentioned Chris Braswell. Marshawn Nealon's really good too.
Yeah.
Let's see. Javon Solomon is really good, and Trayvon Morris Brash out of University of Central Florida would be interesting to get in the later rounds too.
Yeah. A guy who probably isn't on anybody's radar, Miles Cole from Texas Tech. Go check him out. He's probably going to be a UDFA, but he fits what Poles looks for as far as length, athleticism. They played him at defensive tackle, and then they moved him to outside linebacker in a 3-3-5, and he's got the skill set to be a project, so to speak. But he was done dirty by Texas Tech. The way they moved him from D tackle to outside linebacker, and he was in coverage. But just go check him out. He's the guy who, he's like the Mark Anderson of this draft, so to speak, or Darius Robinson, or not Darius Robinson, but our Robinson, right? Dominique Robinson, a guy who we might bring in as a UDFA.
Yeah, you can get the guy at Notre Dame too. It might be interesting. Baptiste.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was going to mention him, but he's a little light in the pants, or kind of. He doesn't look too bulky and strong enough to hold up in the NFL, but he had a very good year. I'm a big Notre Dame fan, so I saw a lot of him.
He's not.
I do
he's
like
really
him.
not that bad.
No, he's not. He surprised me this year, and he's got speed, that's for sure. I know he's quick. He's quick off the line of scrimmage. But yeah, that's a good one, Walt. Any of the Ohio State guys, are any of them coming out? I can't remember their names.
Oh no, they all went back to school.
They all went back? I thought so.
I think the linebackers are coming out, but yeah, both the edge guys went back.
Gotcha.
What about? I'm going to toss out a couple names here. What about Zion from Washington, opposite side of Braylon Trice? You guys looked at him at all? Not too much.
Tupelo Fetai.
Yeah,
Zion Tupelo Fetai out of Washington.
yeah, Fatui.
Patui. Patui to you too, man.
Yeah. Well, his dad passed mid-season, and I know it was a pretty rough season for him, but he's got the physical makeup of an edge rusher in the NFL. He's got the size. I don't know if he's got the quickness to get off the edge, but if you're talking late round, 5th round guy who could be a very good backup, I think he's a good fit for our defense. Another guy who's kind of been a tweener from D tackle to edge, Justin Aboigbe from Alabama. He's a guy I'm very curious about. Very athletic, good size. Yeah, well, you brought up Mohamed Kamara. I don't know if he has the overall size that Poles looks for, but he is quick and very explosive. I think he doesn't have necessarily the height or the length, but if I remember correctly, he does have enough size that I think he can handle the edge in rushing downs.
Yeah, because he's what's he, like 280, somewhere in that range?
I thought a little bit lighter. I thought 255 or something, but I could be wrong.
And maybe he's gone down, but I know he played at one point like a really heavy weight. More so.
Yeah, I remember he was like just over 6'1" or something like that. But yeah, just the explosiveness off the edge.
Okay.
I just started looking at defensive linemen because I don't know if you guys remember. I'm always looking at guys in the 3rd and the 4th round because a lot of this stuff, you get the first 2 rounds, there's consensus. It's just a matter of maybe 5 spots where you're looking at the guy. And I forgot to bring this up when you asked me, Pete, there's a guy out of Ole Miss, Cedric Johnson. He's like 6'3", 260. I think his RAS score is like 9.7 or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Have you seen anything about him or have you looked at him at all? J2K,
No.
anybody?
No.
Check him out. That was one of the guys that I kind of just looked at in the last few days because I really haven't had the time to do what I wanted to do to prepare for this show. I was looking at quarterbacks, wide receivers, and I started looking at defensive ends because that was what we, once we traded Fields, those are like our biggest needs. Besides, I still think we need more on the interior offensive line, but
I haven't studied him.
That's not Ole Miss.
I did just hear someone talking about him. Yeah, very explosive, and he blew up the combine, all that kind of.
And you're talking late 3rd, 4th round with this guy.
Right.
That's where he's sitting in the draft now, and that could be more of our position depending on what Poles does at number 9.
Well, I'm going to transition.
Interesting.
I want to transition a little bit to defensive tackle. And this time I want you guys to tell us, who do you like outside of the norm that probably is not getting as much publicity as the others? Who's your guy that you're liking and think that can fit the Bears? I want to start off with mine. Mine is Jordan Jefferson from LSU. He's a defensive tackle. I think he started off at West Virginia and transferred, and he was like that 3rd interior defensive lineman. I think he can be a terrific run stopper. He's not a 3 technique. He's more of the 1 technique. Yeah. I think he would be great as a backup to Billups.
He's 6'2", 313 pounds, and he doesn't have an RAS score either.
You talking Jordan Jefferson?
I'm talking about Jordan Jefferson, defensive
I thought he was 6'4".
Out of LSU.
I thought he was 6'4". He's 6'2".
I just pulled him up when you brought him up because it's funny that you transitioned into DTs. I happened to switch and look over to DTs right when you said it. So he was one of the first guys I looked at because, again, we're talking like 3rd, 4th round. And that's kind of what I look at a lot because, like I said, those first 2 rounds, you got a lot of consensus where you're talking about the same 8, 10, 12 guys. So I'm always looking for that guy that somebody's not looking as hard as that we can pull in and work in the system.
Yeah.
I just think one tech is not. We're not looking there, man. I don't see Poles going that route.
Well, yeah. I mean, with the 4 draft picks,
right?
I agree. I agree.
So, but he's there's a little write up on him here, and it's somebody that teams are looking at for that one tech spot. You know, somebody they can get like in the 4th round. So that's the little bit of info that I can give you on the guy, because I don't know a ton about him, man. I haven't really looked into the DTs as much because, like I said, I'm looking at the positions that we immediately need to fill this season to put this team on pace to be in the playoffs.
Yeah. So you have anybody of your own, though? No?
Go ahead, guys.
Talking to me?
Yeah. Yeah, Foster. If you don't have anybody, we'll move on to Walden. Yeah, well, you can give me somebody.
I was just gonna defensive tackle. There's a couple guys. Let me think.
Yeah.
I can't remember the guy's name, man. Oh, you got Wingo. He's another guy out of LSU, man.
6'6", right?
Let me see.
Wingo straight up 6 feet, 284.
He's 6 feet tall, 284. He's got an
Mason Smith is the
8.7 RAS
guy, right?
score.
Yeah, Mason Smith 6'5", 306.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Tyler Davis out of Clemson, but he might be more of a one tech too. He's a big guy.
Okay. I'll see you, Mike Jansky.
One of my guys I've been talking about for a while, and I don't know if I said anything. I really like the guy out of Illinois, Keith Randolph Jr.
He's a one technique, right?
He's a one tech too, though. That's the problem. That's why we go back. I keep going back to Jgrizz Newton, and he's going to be gone in the 1st round.
I've seen a couple of people in the chat mention Tavondre Sweat. He's a big man. I don't know if Poles would want to go for that. I don't know, because of the hustle and the hits principle. I don't know if he would fit that or not.
Yeah, he doesn't fit.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't fit at all. I mean, he's a great player.
Yes.
If he can keep his weight under 400 pounds, you know,
yeah,
he'll have a long career in a 3-4, but he just doesn't fit.
Yeah. Who you got, Walt?
I mean, Foster put up a lot of my guys. You know, Wingo and Smith's my favorite at LSU, honestly. But Braden Fisk grew on me definitely near the end of the season.
Yeah.
Yes.
Watching him alongside Jared Verse. So
does his short arms bother you?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, let me see if I can get the actual number.
I think
31.
31? Okay.
31, 32, an inch here or there is going to make a huge difference.
Hey, with Poles, it does.
You're just splitting hairs at that point, honestly. So I never really got the whole fight over, well, he's got 32 7/8, but this guy's 32 and a half.
Right.
It's
well,
big.
I do think it does matter for Poles, because he's shown a characteristic for taking guys with length.
Yep.
And I absolutely love Braden Fisk's game. I could talk for hours about that guy and how much I love watching him. If there's anything you do, you go watch film on Fisk, don't watch him on defense. Go watch him on special teams. He is a monster, and he's fast. You'll see him on multiple plays where he's running toe-to-toe with the returner, making blocks out there.
Wow.
This guy, he is awesome. I love him. I do think the arm length is going to be an issue for him as far as getting drafted to the Bears with Poles. But I love his game. I would actually, if we did draft him, or whatever team does draft him, I would take a look at him at fullback as well, because he's such a good blocker and he's got great speed. Man,
like the guy from Baltimore, right? They have a guy who plays defensive tackle but also plays fullback?
Right. Yeah, something like that. So for me, like, you draft Braden Fisk, you fill multiple spots, special teams, D tackle, fullback. Man, I love that kid. I don't think he's gonna be a Chicago Bear at the end of the day, which is a bummer, because I do like him. The guy who I really like that I do think fits and he's a late round guy, is Gabe Hall. I think his tape was pretty good.
Baylor, right?
But Baylor, yeah. But he played really well at the Senior Bowl. He showed up, and he played just as well as a lot of other people did. There's a couple other guys that I just don't think they have the height and length, but they have just that explosiveness. Christian Boyd, Dwayne Carter out of Duke. And then I don't want to pass up mentioning Rook Ororo. Perfect defensive tackle for us, the 3-tech for us. And I think he's got enough in the measurables that he would be someone that Poles looks at. Oh, and Michael Hall and Dwayne Carter and Christian Boyd, they're shorter guys. They're like bowling balls, pit bulls kind of, but they're quick off the ball. They have quick hands. They get into the backfield, super disruptive. So I like those guys, but at the same time, I see Poles has a fit to what he's looking for. So height and arm length's not there. So for me, I think Gabe Hall is a really good pick. And also Justin Aboyjibi, I know I mentioned him as an edge guy. I think he's also a perfect 3-tech for this defense as well for Ryan Poles' standards.
Right. Who you got, Jgrizz? Defensive tackle.
Oh, defensive tackle. I didn't do a lot of homework on them, to be honest with you, PJ. But I do like, obviously, the Illinois kid a bunch. Man, you got me there, PJ.
No biggie.
Hey, it's fair enough, man. We got other positions.
I like Fisk, obviously, but he's not, a huge prospect, or whatever to brag about. And I guess Troy Fatanu rings a bell. The Washington kid, he's a 3-tech. Is he a 3-tech as well?
I thought he was a offensive tackle.
Oh, he's an offensive tackle. Oh, I'm sorry, but was there a prospect from Washington who's a 3-tech or no? I could be wrong.
I know Braylon Trice played 3-tech quite a bit.
What's his name again?
Outside. Braylon Trice. He's an edge guy. He could be a 3-tech.
Okay. Yeah.
3-tech. That's probably who you're thinking of.
If I'm not
that's probably
mistaken,
who I'm thinking of then.
He came into the combine weighing 265?
Oh, really? Wow. That's light.
Yeah, really light.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about this, I want to throw this out there because I brought this up last season and they played him a little bit in this position. Gervon Dexter, he's playing a little bit of defensive end there at the end of last season and had a little bit of success, man. So I
liked what I saw, Foster.
I'm just wondering, and I brought this up last year. I was pretty adamant about it. I was like, what if you move him into that position? I'm not even saying full time. You can rotate him, and then it would possibly put you in a position to where you're looking at. We need a 3. We're kind of looking for a 3-tech anyways, but then you might be able to bring somebody else like that in where they can play both of those positions if you've got 2 guys doing it, because it would fit in the rotation as long as it meets. Because like you mentioned this like 10 times, J2K. Poles has got a criteria for every position. He looks at the RAS score, their size, their length, their speed. So I just don't know if that would fly, but I said it during last season, and I really liked. I was actually calling for it, if you remember. I said I want to see Gervon on the outside more because I think that was all prior to getting Sweat because Ngakoue was doing nothing until Sweat came.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what. I'm of the opinion. I like Dexter a lot. I just think he needs someone to share some time with, and I thought it would preferably be a veteran as opposed to another rookie per se. I thought he would excel in like a 45% snap roll.
Yeah.
And my dream scenario would have been Jonathan Allen, of course.
Oh yeah. I really like Dexter. I think the sky's the limits for him, and I honestly want to give him as many snaps as the guy can handle without, gassing him out. But But rotation key. It is key. It is key.
Yes, and I think that's what Flus preaches is the heavy rotation. So I could see that him getting 45 to 55% of the snaps and sharing it with somebody else.
Yes, sir.
I can see
More than
that.
likely, I mean, all those tackles have moved up on the depth chart now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it seems more than likely defensive tackle will be an afterthought in this draft, barring some sort of trade. There's just other needs.
Yeah, and don't forget about Pickens, man. That guy, I think he's going to have a growth spurt in his second year.
Agreed.
J2K, that's what I wanted to ask you. Do you see
it.
Pickens as more of a 1 technique or a 3 technique? I always thought he was a 3.
You know, this is such an interesting conversation because, you know, when I looked at Dexter and Pickens in college, I looked at Dexter and I'm like, he's a 1 tech, you know, stout, strong guy, but there's still enough athleticism there for him to get to the quarterback. And Pickens is a guy who's got a little bit quicker of a first step, and he should be the 3 tech. But I've actually reversed this and really looked at it. If you notice that Pickens since college has actually gained weight and still kept his explosiveness. Right. Dexter, if you guys go look at Dexter's like his Twitter account right now, that guy is ripped. There's not an ounce of fat on his body. And I think that, you know, the NFL, these scouts, these you know, these fitness guys who understand the body and stuff, they really saw that you could put weight onto Pickens and he'll still have that quickness. But if you take the weight off of Dexter, you're still getting a lean guy who's quick. And Dexter has great long speed.
Yes.
Yes. And so I actually kind of, once I started realizing this, I flipped it in my head. I think Pickens is actually a great nose tackle in this defense. And Dexter fits what's the Colts 3 tech? Buckner, yeah.
Yes.
I think DeForest Buckner, he's almost like a splitting image of Buckner. And so
he actually reminds me more of Chris Jones.
Oh,
Dexter?
Yeah,
he reminds me of Chris Jones.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think Chris Jones has a little more weight on him, but he's still explosive. Dexter is a little more just like a Greek god, you know, he's just rocked up. And I think when I went into looking at Flus and this, you know, cover 2 defense, and we're going to get a 3 tech, and you hear 3 tech, and you think of Lovie Smith's 3 tech with Tommy Harris. I think this is a whole different universe now where we're not looking for that explosive guy. You know, we took Henry Melton, who was an explosive guy, and made him a 3 tech. I think we're looking more at a physical guy who's still athletic enough, but has length and size. And Flus pointed out that, you know, when he was first hired, he said, you know, what I see in a 3 tech is someone who can stay in the B gap, move laterally, and, you know, stay in that B gap, not get pushed off. He doesn't necessarily want a guy who's just going to explode upfield. He wants that more containment guy, but someone who's strong enough yet athletic enough to move laterally. And I think that's a byproduct of how much the wide zone run scheme has blown up in the NFL overall. Instead of attacking the power run with a quick, explosive 3 tech, now you're moving laterally and you want to stay in your gap.
Cool. All right, let's try. I think that's all we got for the defense. Let's transition to the offensive line. Starting with Foster. Let's start with the interior linemen that you are intrigued by and kind of on your wish list for the Bears.
I'm intrigued with what we've acquired because I don't know enough about those guys to start. But like I said, if you remember, Pete, we were talking right after the season, and I think you agreed with me. I don't remember. We were talking about interior offensive line really being the weakest point of this team at that time. I know we needed a wide receiver and the defensive end.
Right.
And we were talking safety, but when it came down to it, because we don't know if Nate Davis is going to be who he was 2 years ago.
True.
We don't know if Tevin's going to be able to play 15, 17 games. The situation at center this past season, geez, man, terrible. So, having said that, I believe I really like the move that he made with bringing Bates in, because that covers both the guard positions and our backup center position. And then bringing in what's his name, the center we just got, I can't even remember it, guys.
Coleman.
From LA.
Yeah.
Coleman. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that move. As far as the draft, the guys that I like are going to be difficult for us to obtain because of the other needs that we have and the lack of picks. So I did the same thing that I do, man. I started looking late 3rd round, 4th, 5th round. I'll just throw out a couple names. And if you can jump in with any of this, J2K, you give me your take on this too. Dominic Pooney out of Kansas, another guard. I'm looking for a guard. I mean, I'd really like to get a good center because we need, this guy's on a 1-year contract. We need him to groom somebody because we are not set long term at center. But I'll start with some guards. Brandon Coleman. These are all 4th round guards, guys. I'm not going into Cooper Beebe, who I'd love to have him. I'd love to somehow manage to get him, but he's a 2nd round. Graham Barton, Cooper Beebe, those are guys I don't think that we're going to get. So Dominic Pooney, Brandon Coleman, he's out of TCU, Mason McCormick, Layden Robinson, and I'm going to go back to Illinois because this guy's underrated. Isaiah Adams, he's a guard out of Illinois. He's 6'4", 315, and his RAS score is like 740 or something like that. Those are guys that I'd be looking. Go ahead. Were you going to say something, J2?
Oh, I like Adams, but I'll let you finish your list.
Yeah. So that's my list for offensive guards, because I if we do make that trade and we can pick up a 2nd and a 4th or something, we might be in a better position to build this offensive lineup a little bit. As far as centers, love JPJ, love to get Zach Frazier, love to get Cedric Van Pran. I just don't see it. So I started looking in the 4th round, and my guy, there's a couple of them. It's Tanner Bortolini. His stock's been moving up. Center for Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Limmer out of Arkansas.
Uh-huh.
Even the kid from Penn State, because he'd be like if we traded a 4th round pick moving back into the 5th round. These are all guys that I believe, anyways, that would be here and come in their first year and learn the position. That was the other thing too I wanted to bring up. I really like you look at the guys Poles has brought in and Warren, because a lot of these guys, not only are they going to be here to play the position, they're experienced veterans. Hopefully they're here to teach these young guys how the NFL truly works and how to succeed in it. And I think that's one of the critical aspects that nobody talks about. These guys are going to be teachers for this team, man. I just truly feel that. It's the way Kansas City progresses, and they stay on top. They have depth, they have teachers, and then they move on when they have to. So there's my list of guys. I don't know if that does anything for anybody. If you can speak on any of them, man, please do. The more information I have, the better it'll be for me to make my informed decision whether I'm right or wrong.
Walt, what you got? I mean, unless J2K, you have something you want to say regarding his prospects.
You want to go with the other guys first?
Okay. All right.
I'm going to say.
Oh, no, that's fine. Straight up guard to go Trevor Keegan or Zach Zinter out of Michigan. I'm not sure the injury status on Zach Zinter right now, though. So
he blew out his knee, correct?
Yeah, something like that in the Ohio State game, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who knows? But you might be able to get him for a steal like the other guy last year. What the hell was his name? I think he was out of Arkansas. He blew his knee out in the combine. And they got him like the 4th or 5th round. But you can go with the Keaton Bills, C.J. Hansen, or Matthew Jones out of Ohio State. Center-wise, JPJ is nice, but we're just not going to be able to get him, unfortunately. Van Pran, definitely. 3rd-round pick. We can probably get him. The other guys, I don't know. I mean, Bortolini, like you said, was interesting out of Wisconsin. And you're talking about Hunter, right, at Penn State?
Yes.
Foster? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so those guys are interesting. You can also try like DeMar Glaze or who's the other guy? Drake Nugent, and possibly even Matt Lee for some later round guys. Oh, and in tackles, I don't know. I don't think we're going to even touch those guys. The organization has its guy with Braxton Jones right now.
Oh, we don't want to go to tackles yet.
Okay, so we're not doing tackles right now.
Yeah, no, just the interior. What you got, Jgrizz?
Well, just off the top of my head and names that I've heard, I haven't done much research on myself and have a personal opinion, but guys that I've seen in games that I've watched, Zach Zinter, thanks, Walt, for putting me up to date that, I had forgotten about the injury thing with him,
right?
The injury concern. Christian Mahogany of Boston College, that name rings a bell.
Nice.
I did see him play against Notre Dame, and I was a bit impressed with him. He's a bit on the short side, not too big, but that's a name that I'm familiar with, that I was quite not too impressed, but as far as a prospect to look out for, I've heard his name mentioned before. And obviously, like Foster said, Cooper Beebe, which I don't see him coming to the Bears. Also, let's see here, Matthew Jones from Ohio State. I've seen him play, obviously, playing against Notre Dame as well. He's got a little bit more size than Mahogany and stuff, and comes from a good program. I do like also Christian Hayes from Connecticut, but I haven't seen him at all or watched him in a game at all, but I've heard him mentioned before. So those are just a few guys that, but if I had my preference, it would have been Zach Zinter pre-injury.
Right.
So, and then as far as center is concerned, I'm sorry, Foster, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm cutting you off. I thought you were done. Go.
No worries at all. Yeah, Jackson Powers Johnson, obviously, if we trade not too far back into past 15 or 20 in the first round, if we went with him at center, I wouldn't be mad at that. But obviously, from watching a bunch of other people speak who know more about it than I do, it seems like there's 4 or 5 centers that everyone would be more than happy to get as a legitimate center for the Bears, with Bortolini, like Foster mentioned, from Wisconsin, who's on the come up and on the rise, and the other kid, the second top prospect at center behind JPJ.
Zach Frazier?
Yeah, Zach Frazier. Yeah, yep. But I wouldn't be mad at all with that Wisconsin kid. I think he's just as good or serviceable to fill a need for us. And there wouldn't be too much expectations with as far as like starting wise. I don't think,
right,
considering the guys that we signed in free agency. So I wouldn't be mad if we went with him or beat Bortolini, So
right.
I want to throw this in before we hit you up, J2K. Bortolini is my Jack Sanborn, and when Jack Sanborn was coming out, every mock I did, I drafted him. I started picking up in the 4th round, and by the time I was done, I was taking him in the 7th, and he was a UDFA. Bortolini is my Jack Sanborn of this draft. I'm not saying he's going to be UDFA, but he's the guy that I think that will be there and is better than people give him credit for. And then the other thing I want to talk about, and I didn't mention him, and I should have. When you mentioned Christian Mahogany, first off, he goes to Boston College. And that's where Poles played his college ball. That's where he started his career after being a football player, was in Boston College. The guy's 6'3", 314 pounds. His RAS score is like a 9.7.
Wow.
And that would be somebody, you know, if Poles needs to go that way, that's somebody you're going to get in the third round. He's not going to step in and start. He's a little bit of a project, not a huge project, but it's another guy that's going to have to need somebody to show him the ropes, man. So my biggie was Bortolini as my Sanborn of the draft. Remember that in a few months when this comes up, when the season starts, and you see him wherever he's at going, oh, that Bortolini guy's playing already? Yep.
No, I always love Wisconsin offensive line products. Yep. You can never go wrong with a Wisconsin offensive lineman, man.
There's a guy from Ohio State, too, and I can't remember his name, but what you got, J2? Fucking J2.
So I love that you're bringing up Bortolini. I love that kid. Man, absolutely. And yeah, I was digging around for, you know, centers and all that kind of stuff like early in the draft process. So I was looking at him as a late round guy. You know, I think he's neck and neck with Cedric Van Pran. I think he's that good. He is far more athletic than I think people get him credit for. You know, he's got experience at guard as well. I think he played right guard for a year, played 3 years at center. He is absolutely a fit. He's got good strength, good anchor. He doesn't get pushed back. I love that you're bringing up Bortolini because I really do think that's a kid that we could draft, and a lot of people will be a little ho-hum on or something like that in the fourth round, and the kid ends up being a starter for us for 10 years. You know,
6'4", 303. His RAS score is a 9.81. Man,
I just got to say this though. I love Cedric Van Pran. I think he could be our center for the next 12 years. I'm so high on him. I really like his size. I like his movement. I like his strength. I think he could be a true staple in this offensive line for the next 12 years.
He's going to be an early third rounder, it looks like, Pete. That's my problem.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not disputing that, but out of all the interior linemen, he's the one that I really would love if we could somehow get.
So I just found this out like 2 days ago. I don't know if you guys know that. Do you guys know that Cedric Van Pran's not his full name?
It's longer?
Yeah. Cedric
another name
Van
afterwards,
Pran
right?
Granger.
Yeah, Granger,
Granger?
That's his whole name. I didn't know that until 2 days ago when I was doing the same thing like you, J2K. I'm going through centers. And I always kind of skip over the first 2 rounds because I'm like, man, we're not going to get him there. I'm always looking for that guy in the 4th, 5th, 6th round, man, that can make a difference. So I just wanted to throw it out there. I thought that was kind of cool. I never knew his complete name. For 2 years, I've been looking at the guy and didn't know until 2 days ago. So just a dumb little story.
Nice. No, I like it. And then you bring up Christian Mahogany, who I believe was taking snaps at center. Was it at the East-West Shrine
Senior
game?
Bowl?
Yeah.
One of those. He was. You're right.
Yep. So I think there's some upside, and I think he does fit that Poles profile, the athletic kind of a guy. I think you guys hit up a pretty good list, so I'm just going to kind of throw out some names that we haven't talked about yet. Mason McCormick, South Dakota State. So I got turned on from him because he plays left guard, and his left tackle, Greenfield, was someone that I'd been hearing about.
You say McCormick?
Yeah, Mason McCormick.
Mason McCormick. Okay, I thought you said Chris.
Yeah. And so I heard about them. Also, South Dakota State has a running back that's coming out, and they're a FCS school, a low-level school, but they won like their national championship 2 years in a row. So I was curious about this Greenfield tackle guy, and then to find out that they've got this duo on the left side of the line with Mason McCormick. And he ends up going to the Shrine Bowl and absolutely blows up the Shrine Bowl. And he goes to the Combine and he gets a great score. I don't know it offhand. I just know that it was really good. This guy has risen up the draft boards incredibly fast. He was, a 260th ranked prospect, and now PFF has got him ranked 94th. So this guy has flown up the chart. And what's interesting about him, about Mason McCormick, is that he has experience at center, but on their offensive line, he was the one who called out the defense from left guard.
Wow.
Nice.
So he's bright, he's knowledgeable, he's a 4-year starter, extremely athletic. I mean, and when he went to the Shrine Bowl, he was a stud there. The only downside, he just played at lower competition. Yeah. But if there's a guy that Poles is going to grab from a lower school and make a stud, I think that's the name people should watch out for. And then another guy who is very interesting to me is Kingsley, the center out of Florida, who I thought played well at the Senior Bowl. And just a note that him and Jervon Dexter are really good friends. So you might already have a connection there. I know Dexter will talk highly of him, but I thought he was a good center. He's a late round guy that could develop. Another guy, Charles Turner out of LSU, is another guy who I thought played well. And he's got like a good RAD score, but he's also really strong and he's got long arms. So while a couple other centers are a little higher for me in that late round, I could see Charles Turner being a guy that Poles likes.
What do you think of Layton Robinson from Texas A&M? Seemed like he was higher last year. It seemed like he wasn't as high this year.
I actually haven't done a lot of work on Layton Robinson.
Okay. All right.
I want to go back to Mason McCormick because South Dakota State has actually been putting a lot of talent into the NFL. I'm not saying these guys are all out there starting, but the last 2 or 3 seasons, they've got some guys there that are sticking around and becoming a project that teams are working on. Mason McCormick, J2, this is the guy. They said it looks like he could play center. That's how good he was.
Yes.
When they were having him take snaps. The guy's 6'4", 309 pounds. His RAS score was almost perfect, 9.97.
Yes.
That's a Poles guy. That's a
Poles
guy. So I see where you're coming from with that. I forgot all about this because that seems so long ago, man. I was supposed to be there, and I just, everything going on in my life, time goes by, and to me that feels like damn 6 months ago, and it's not. It's a month ago.
Yeah, and it's a great story too because him and Green, they could have come out the last year.
Yes,
but both went back to school because they wanted to win another national championship. They wanted to do it for the school, for the team, and for their running back that they had. So the football characters there, the athleticism's there. I mean, who cares if you went to a small school? This guy's got that makeup.
That's a Poles guy, and Poles being from Boston College. It's just another one of the makeups, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to transition now to offensive tackle. For me, I'm going to name a guy that I'm intrigued by. I know we don't have a real shot of getting him now, but I was thinking like for a competition because of what Poles said that he would want competition for Braxton. The guy out of Washington, Kingsley. I'm not going to try to pronounce his last name. Begins with an S. But I thought he would be a good guy to bring in this competition. But
Sumatiaya.
What is it? How you pronounce it?
Sumatiaya.
Okay, Sumatiaya. Like I said, I'll let you have that.
Just call him Kingsley.
Here you go, Kingsley. Now, if we was going offensive tackle in the first, I would want the guy out of Penn State. Fadnatu, or however you pronounce that name too. I guess if they become Bears, I'll learn how to pronounce their names. But those two, but more so, I'm thinking about the guy in the second, not now because of where we're at with draft picks, but those. But I thought those would be intriguing and enough to give Braxton a good competition. So who you got, Foster?
I'm going to skip the usual suspects, because we've got about 6 guys that we know are going to go within the first 35 picks, I'll say. So I'm going to jump down to some of my guys that I looked at, and I'll start with one way down, actually. Javon Foster.
Yes.
Anybody hear of him?
I have.
Go look him up. Check some film out on the guy. He's 6'5", 313. His RAS score is just under 8. I was looking at him last year. So that's one of the guys that I'm looking at, because, I mean, Poles already brought in some competition at offensive tackle. So I'm really don't see us taking somebody there unless for some reason he can add more picks in later rounds like he did 2 years ago, if everybody remembers.
Right.
So who's the guy out of Notre Dame? Blake Fisher.
Blake Fisher. I was just about to call him out, Foster.
Blake Fisher. Delmar Glaze out of Maryland. The only thing that knock on this guy, he's not that athletic, but if you go watch some of his film, his RAS score is low is the problem, but everything else would fit the mix. It doesn't make sense, but sometimes
we'll name everybody, Foster. Take something for somebody else.
Yeah, I'll just go one more. I won't even do that. Okay, South Dakota State. Garrett Greenfield. He's another guy. 6'5", 313. His RAS score is around 8. It's a Poles type of guy. But I don't know if we're going to go that route. So I'll stop and I'll leave something else for somebody else, you bastard, PJ.
Oh, man.
Go ahead, Walt.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Foster got a couple good ones. I mean, you can always think about Frank Crum. That'd be interesting. I'm just going off the cuff because I really don't believe we're going to address that in the draft at all.
Okay.
Julian Pearl. That's the other Illinois tackle.
Okay.
Christian Jones out of Texas, possibly.
Yeah, he was intriguing at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah. Mason McCormick. You can look at him. Just trying to think of different guys, because we always go through like Joe Alt and Fashanu and all that stuff. Maybe Logan Brown, Kansas State. Like these guys you could probably get 6'7" UDFA in that range at this point.
Quick question, guys. How do you guys feel about Graham Barton? I've heard his name mentioned a bit.
I think he's going late first.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, I think he's going late first. Right. What do you think, J2K?
Isn't he going to move to guard?
Yeah, he's playing tackle.
Is he really?
Yeah, but he's going to guard.
They've got him listed as guard in the draft thing.
And possibly center.
Yeah, I think he has short arms, so everybody expects him to move to guard. Yep. But I do really like him.
Okay.
Yeah, he put Verso on lock when they played each other.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Wow.
I'm a Verse fan too, and I saw that. I was like,
you hit it on the head with him. He's going to be gone in the late first. I don't even see him making it to the second, man.
Yeah. Because
the guard, the offensive guard, he might even be the first guard to go. Literally. That's going to be a tackle that's going to be playing guard. He might be the first one, man. And I'm just going off of what I've been looking at for my draft stuff.
I'd say between him and that guy out of Washington.
Like all the guards are going in the second round, man, second and third. So
whether that Fatnatu or whatever out of Washington, he might be, he's playing tackle. He might be gone. I think he'd be a playing.
Oh, yeah. He'll be gone.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of these big name tackles, we're more than likely not going to, unfortunately, get them. Either just because we don't need them or because of just capital purposes. They fall in all weird areas.
True.
But speaking of going the first round, Peach.
Say it again.
I said Patano, the one you're talking about just a minute ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably going to go in the first round. If not, first few picks in the second at the worst.
Walt, did you hear that we are bringing Karan Amageji in for a visit, or top 30 visit?
I've seen that. I don't know a whole lot about him, though.
Yep. Okay, I really, really like him. I mean, this is a monster. He's got the measurables of a top 10 pick.
Smart
I think
as shit.
He's got the longest arm length, wingspan. I think he's like 6'6" or something.
Where's he out of?
Out of
He's out of Yale.
Yeah, he's out of
323 pounds, J2.
Yeah, he's a massive man, and he's athletic. Just played at a small school. So what I'm thinking Poles might do is he may draft a tackle that has potential to also move to guard, and he might basically bring him in as a tackle and see how he works. And if not, he can swing him over to guard. And so I've got a list of kind of guys that are tackles that might be guards in the NFL. We did talk about Kingsley Suamataia, which I love this kid. Very, very athletic. He's still got to work on his pass protection, his hands a little bit more. There's a cool little tidbit that I saw watching a game of his, is that the running back broke into the field, and Kingsley is behind him, running step for step with the running back. Wow. But he's not going to block anybody because he's behind the running back, but he's sprinting downfield. A defender ends up tackling the running back, and I'm like, what is Kingsley doing? Like, you're not going to block anybody. He ran that whole way just so he could grab the running back and lift him off of the ground. Yep. And it's just it's character to me. It's just awesome. So, him out in space, he reminds me actually a lot of Braxton Jones in space. Just extremely athletic, long arms, long levers, great hustle. He does seem like a Poles type of Flus hits principle type of a guy.
Cousin of Sewell.
Yep. Yes, and he's got blood too. So I'm really high on him. Jordan Morgan, I don't think he's got the arm length to be a guard in the NFL. Who is the tackle out of Syracuse last year? He went to the Falcons.
Bergeron,
yeah. That's who he kind of reminds me of. Morgan's been, a really solid tackle at Arizona, but I do see him moving to guard, and I think he could be a very, very good left guard. Some other names. Brandon Coleman at a TCU. A lot of places have him listed as a guard, but it goes back to this theory that I have that Poles may look at tackles that he can move inside, kind of like what he did with Jenkins. Someone who might be a swing tackle, but also might be able to move inside. And I really like that concept of getting guys on the outside, giving them a chance at tackle because it's the more premium position, and then moving them inside, and then that length and all that kind of stuff becomes advantageous to them. We also talked about, I didn't get to actually talk about a guard, Isaiah Adams, who I know played right tackle at Illinois last year. Yeah. He played left guard the year before, and was the running back Chase something. I think he went to the Bengals.
Yep.
One of the twin brothers, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So, he had a great year running behind Isaiah Adams. And Adams got an interesting backstory. Is he was Canadian, and he played at a really small school, and then he transferred to a community college, and then finally transferred to Illinois, where he played left guard. And he is extremely athletic, but very raw. They ended up moving him to right tackle, and his feet just weren't there. His feet were, the way he was chopping his feet was like he was still playing guard. And so he had this down year as a right tackle. Had they kept him at left guard, he would have been drafted and ranked much, much higher than he is right now. But I really like Isaiah Adams. I forgot to talk about him when we're talking guards. Yeah, you did. Who else have we not talked about? Christian Jones is a very interesting guy. 4-year starter at Texas, and he's very athletic, but he kind of struggled, and it's really just the bull rush that he struggled with. He might have some upside if he gets moved inside to a wide zone team that takes advantage of his athleticism. He's someone I think to kind of keep an eye off later in the draft. I do really like Javon Foster. I think he actually may end up moving to guard. It's another one of those tackles to guard kind of scenarios.
Yeah.
Some people brought up Roger Rosengarten. I haven't watched too much of him, so I'm curious if you guys have any opinions on him.
I don't even know him.
I don't. I just know this. I haven't looked at anything. He's out of Washington. I started seeing him when I was looking at the quarterbacks. The guy's like 6'5", 310 pounds, and I know his RAS score is 9.7 or something.
Right.
Another athletic guy. I just don't know his width, his arm length, or any of that stuff, man. And I haven't looked at enough because I like even Walt said. I just us going to tackle. I'm not seeing it.
Let me pull up Walter Football Prospect so I can come up with some names there.
I wanted to ask you, J2, real quick too, because there was another guy. These are guys that I've got on a list, but I haven't done an in-depth thing because I just don't see us taking tackle. It's just, man, you start looking at a position, you get intrigued. Oh, what does this guy do? I got to see this guy. Okay, what's his RAS score? What's his arm length? I got to see this stuff. I'm one of those guys, The guy on Penn State, I don't even know how to say his name. Caden Wallace? Caden? He's an offensive tackle. He's like huge. He's like 6'4" or 6'5", 325, and his RAS score was like 8, 34 and a quarter inch arms. And nobody's talking about him.
Yeah, he's a massive guy. I think that earlier in the process, I think I saw that he wasn't, or heard or read, or that he wasn't that athletic. But I should go and recheck check him out more.
Here's a guy. He's a guy that's going to be late 5th, 6th round, or maybe even 7th because of the knocks on him. I haven't looked at these guys, man, and I want to do more. It's driving me nuts, man. Sorry.
Yeah, and like another guy who's similar to Patrick Paul, who I just don't see the athleticism, and I know some people really, really like him as a fit for the Bears, but I don't quite see the fit.
I tell you what,
massive guys.
That Mims from Georgia, that dude's body is like massive. And I don't know how healthy he'll be. Seem like, when you're like that muscular, he's always getting some type of muscle injury because he even got hurt during the combine. But that guy, man, oh my goodness, he's a wall.
The thing with those guys is though, like, they're everybody, like the guys we're talking about now, they're all going to go in the first 50 or 60 picks. So I just I don't see us being capable of even if they could do what Poles wants, where they could play all the positions. That's why he brought in, I forgot the guy from the 49ers. He could play every position but center if he had to.
Right.
So, that's one of Poles' things too that he loves, is versatility.
They may be out of our range right now.
I mean, here, we talked about Patrick Paul, and then I'll shut up, man. The guy's 6'7", 331. He's got a 9.76 RAS score. Here's a little report on him. He's got long, powerful frame, 6'7". He's great at redirecting rushers, good with the hand stunts, and his best attribute, they're saying, is his patience and pass protection. So, but whether he's good or not, I don't see him coming to the Bears. I know people are talking on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, J2K, about, I got to get him on the Bears because he's going to take Braxton's place, and then Braxton can be the swing tackle. That's what I'm seeing. But I just don't see us being capable of doing it.
Right. Yeah.
Well, if Washington gets desperate, we may get a whole bunch of draft picks.
Are you smoking weed with Shorty?
No.
Hey,
I just got the gummies.
You quit the wrong week to be taking barbiturates.
Okay. No.
It's a little old airplane humor, guys. I'm not saying PJ's a drug addict.
Oh, not at all.
That would have been me, and if we go back.
Not at all. I know.
Last century, man. Last century.
Man.
PJ was there.
I want to take a moment real quick, guys, in the chat. I want to give my thoughts to Charles Johnson. He's going through some things right now with his different meds and whatnot. So my prayers will be for you, and I hope you get better, get some strength there, man. I'm sincere about that, and I really wish you the best and health-wise, man.
That's right. Absolutely. Keep you in our prayers, brother. Charles Johnson.
I gotta say this, Charles. If anybody, I'm gonna put my email in there, man, because I understand what you're going through with different medications and constant pain. I need like 6 surgeries. My body's like really messing up on me bad. So I get it. I'm gonna put my email in there. Send me an email, man, and then we'll talk. I don't know if I can help you, but at least I could listen, because I've been going through this for 16 years with pain, guys, and I worked through it to a point to like I couldn't do things anymore, man. And you guys, a couple of you guys sitting on this panel have seen me at my absolute worst insanity. And a lot of it is due to medications that some of them I won't take because they make me not who I am, man. I don't like walking around all fuzzy and not feeling right. It's
right.
Soft and it's easy way out. But sometimes just dealing with the pain, like right now, unfortunately, man, I'm taking an opioid every night to sleep because otherwise I don't sleep. And it sucks. But dealing with pain can drive you insane. It can drive your mind insane. So I'm going to put my email in there, Charles. Please send me an email, dude. I'll be looking for it. I'm sorry for interjecting. I just felt I had to get that out there.
No problem.
Yeah, you're good, man. Definitely, man.
Yeah, Charles, we wish you the best, man. Sincerely, we really do, man. And like I said, I will be praying for you, bro.
Same here, Charles. Sorry to have been gone for so long, guys. I kind of had to take a step back for a moment. Just some couple things I saw earlier that just kind of hit me. I didn't want to. I felt no reason for me to sit here and listen to you guys talk wonderful stuff about the draft prospects, because I could still hear J2K and you guys just. J2K, you are so well spoken and knowledgeable about what you're talking about, and you're awesome to talk to about this stuff, man. And we so appreciate you coming on here with us tonight again. Like you were one of our first guests here, so you're always welcome.
I really appreciate you guys saying that. That makes me feel good.
Yeah, man, you're the man, J2K.
Yeah, man. I was going to tickle your belly, but make you feel good and all.
J2K, I just want to say, you're well spoken. Seem like a super nice guy, dude. Everything is correct and in order. You're never offending anybody. Cut that fucking shit out, because you're making the rest of us look like a bunch of jagoffs.
Right?
That's hey.
That's right.
Hey, no matter what anyone says, J2K.
No, I'm kidding, brother.
You were here first.
No.
Thank you, guys. That makes me feel really good. And I mean, it's so important to me to be able to talk to you guys about this, because all this stuff just sits in my head all day, and having you guys to talk to, that's the greatest gift that I've gotten tonight. And I just really appreciate you guys.
Hey, I got a question for you, J2K, regarding that. Now that you're on Coach T's program, I know you're doing the graphics. Are you going to actually be talking on there as well?
No, I'm leaving that up to Coach T.
Okay.
He's taking care of that arena. I really look up to Coach T. He's really intelligent as far as X's and O's, and
Right.
I get to learn a lot just talking with football with him. So I really like the group we have, the dynamic we have. Each of us offers something special to the show.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives me an opportunity to learn. With you guys, I get to learn more about prospects. I get to talk about prospects. They're different arenas, but I really value both of them equally.
Oh, absolutely.
You could tell that you must be making some damn good graphics for him with his, just cerebral as you are with and organized and thought, I should say. You know what I mean?
It's early in the process, and there's a lot that I haven't put out yet. So yeah, stay tuned, please. There's a lot more to come.
Cool.
We will definitely be checking that out for sure, man.
Yeah.
All right, let's move.
Shorty didn't take a break because he was pontificating and he had to put this all together. He had to take a really good shit. That's the truth.
Actually, my wife was like,
that's what I was going to say next, man. Oh,
I have this dream of pulling you away from a podcast and just putting you on the couch right now,
Brother, I ain't mad at you. That's all I'm going to say.
Right?
What can I say?
Don't worry. We got this covered, Shorty.
Yeah, we got it, man.
And I'm like, you guys, I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I might as well just wait till you're done. Are you done?
That's a good reason to get that's a good reason to leave the show there. I ain't gonna be mad at you.
I married the right woman, I tell you that much.
Man, smart man.
Yes, sir.
I didn't mean to interrupt what you guys were talking about, so please let me shut up and
we're going on to the next. Let's go to the running backs, Walt.
One second, guys. Charles, look right above. It's on my email's retsoft007@yahoo.com. It's in the chat. I had to separate it, otherwise they remove it. Go ahead.
Yahoo.com. Jeez.
Yep. I've kept it for like fucking Walt.
He did start the whole Yahoo himself. I just want to put it out there. He was there when they first started.
It was like there was cavemen and dinosaurs, and now I'm going to break into Richard Dreyfuss because that's who I'm playing tonight. Remember this? You guys see this injury? Marianne Moffat. She broke my heart.
All right, starting with Foster. Foster, who you got as a prospect, if any, for a Bears draft pick? Just give me one. Give me one that you're intrigued by.
DJ Chetney, Oklahoma State.
You gotta let Foster look up on Walter Football the prospects before he can give a name. Now, come on, man, go ahead.
It was just a name like out of a skit from what's that show? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I was talking and I had myself muted. I was playing a two chair.
Oh God!
I as far as running backs, man, that's going back. Because I stopped looking at him because as soon as we got Swift, I just went, I'm not even going to bother looking at him. I figure we will get a running back real late, or you bring in a couple UDFAs.
Just give me one name, Foster.
Give you one name at running back. I would have to say, how about Will Shipley out of Clemson?
What do you think about him, J2K?
Third round pick.
Will Shipley. I'm not very high on him, unfortunately.
Okay. All right.
The only reason I got anything on him is because the guy's he's 5'11", but he's 208 pounds, and his RAS score is 944. That's like Walter Payton numbers.
Yeah,
if you go back and look at his shit.
He's more of an athlete for me. I think in maybe a certain arena he might be okay. I don't really see him as a between the tackles kind of a running back. I think third down receiver, passing offense. I think he's a fit.
Okay. All right. Shorty, give me a name. Running back.
Branko Harrington. Chesney State. There you go. That's the humor to this.
You're killing me.
Running back.
Let me get
like, wait, there's a Branko Harrington from Chesney State. He's actually 6'2", $190. He runs a 4.5. He's not good enough. No, I mean, running backs. I haven't. I would say a name that I have heard of just from speed is Bucky Irving from Oregon. What do you think about him, J2K? Is it? And you guys, I'm sorry, I keep deferring to you, J2K, because you're my guy.
Wow.
Yeah, but he's the guy to go to, man.
Right.
I don't blame you.
Is he too in? I've heard he's too inline, but I've heard that he has a lot of speed, and that's just
Bucky. He's quicker than fast. He actually didn't run very fast at the combine. I do like Bucky Irving, but I think he's more of a role player, kind of back to kind of like that Shipley type of a running back. You know, third down, receiving out of the backfield. I mean, he does have very good vision. He's got great feet. He's a little bit on the smaller side.
Tristan Ebner.
Here.
Okay, man.
No.
Where'd you get Tristan Ebner?
He's. I'm sorry, J2K. I didn't mean to cut you off because I got to throw my take in on it. Who's the guy that we drafted that was great for 1 year? He was like 5'8".
Tariq Cohen.
Tariq Cohen. So Bucky Irving.
Yeah, he was
would
5'6".
be more like that, and I was never a Tariq Cohen. I was never a Tariq Cohen fan. This is my take on it, J2, because the guy's 5'9", 190 pounds. His RAS score is 2.24.
Yeah.
And then I go in and I start I've only seen a little bit of film on him only because he played for Oregon is the only reason I saw the film on him. So then I go in and I'm reading on him, and I'm just like, what I'm reading, I'm like, it's exactly what J2K said, but it's a guy that you would use on third down. He's not going to be running in between the tackles. You're going to have to put him in the right place. And I'm kind of amazed because they got him going in like the third round. And I'm like looking at other backs going, man, I'd take him over him. I'd take him over him. I'd even take the guy I said over it. Sorry.
All right, well.
He's hard to tackle. He's got great feet. He's got very good vision, great hands out of the backfield. He's one of these guys that you need 7 yards and you do a quick screen pass to him or something like that. He's going to get you 12, but he's not going to get you 40. And if you run him up the middle, he's not going to get you 2.
I'll take Estime out of Notre Dame over him, and they've got him going later, I think.
So who was the name that I should have been saying then?
No. Hold on. Wait.
Tristan Ebner?
Interesting running back, Isaiah Davis.
Darnell Washington.
South Dakota State.
Tell us about it.
We got
it's about 6 feet, 218. Not bad. He runs about a 4.57.
Okay.
I think he got like 1,500 yards last year his career. I'm not entirely sure on those. I don't have those numbers in front of me. But he's good in space. He can definitely make guys miss. And he's damn good at breaking tackles too. So
yep.
He's not little.
Cool. Before I get to you, Jgrizz, I want to give mine real quick. Mine is Trey Benson with Doug Van Dorn. Trey Benson out of Florida State. He's running a 4.3. That's what really attracted me to him. I think he still needs some work, of course, but just that speed alone, I was intrigued by. Moving on to Jgrizz.
Are these guys who just intrigue you, or that you think the Bears have a legit shot at?
Well, I don't believe we're drafting a running back currently now.
Right.
But That's what I'm saying. The ones who's
Gotcha.
intrigued you.
Okay. One that intrigues me because they always do so well, and he runs a 4.40, has some great size on him, and he appears to be like a good prospect. Would be Braylon Allen. What do you think about him, J2K?
Beast, and he's got really good feet.
Really?
Yeah, like for his size, his movement skills really impressive.
Really,
I really like the kid. You know, he doesn't offer as much kind of in the passing game,
right.
and he's not a long speed home run threat kind of a guy, but everything else, run him up the tackle. His feet and his lateral agility at that size, it will work in the wide zone. So you're talking about, I think he is a 3-down running back because I think he can get away with him enough in the passing game that you don't want to take him off the field.
Gotcha.
This guy, I gotta give you my little take on this guy because he's a bounce him off back, man. He's packed. He's 6'1", 235 pounds.
Yeah.
Here's another big factor. This guy seems to be ready to roll, J2K. He's going to be 20 years old to start the season when he gets drafted. You know, running backs don't have a long life anyways, but the younger you get them, and if they're that game ready, you know, I said this last year. I don't know if you guys remember, and I still stick to it. I just don't like his cement feet. I still believe Roschon Johnson, with a little better agility training and getting coached up a little better, hopefully this season, could be a 3-down back. And that's kind of my mold for Braylon Allen. But Braylon Allen's at this point, I mean, I haven't seen him in an NFL game, but I look at the two in college. I would probably take Braylon Allen over Roschon. But again, what are the odds that we get one of these guys we're talking about? Any of them?
Right.
Yeah,
I love J2K.
I love what Roschon offers in the passing game as a receiver. He's got great hands. He's a guy that you don't want to take off the field. He doesn't have the long speed, but if we got injuries and we're down to Roschon, 3-down back, like I'm not going to worry, you know? So yeah, like I really wanted to say about Trey Benson, he's an interesting prospect because, you know, he's got this long speed and he's got a ton of power, but I don't really see the lateral movement from him. He's not really shifty. So I do question him in the wide zone scheme. I think he's a little more of a power back, but like, don't get it twisted. I mean, you're talking about a power back with home run speed. Yeah. This guy could potentially be, you know, the best back out of this draft. Mm-hmm. The guy that I really want to talk about is Ray Davis out of Kentucky. And I absolutely love this kid. I think his game reminds me so much of Thomas Jones. He's got that what is it, that kind of like hop step to his game. Mm-hmm. He's got great vision. He's got great power. The way he responds to leverage, like a, you know, D tackle's got leverage on the guard, or the linebacker's going to hit a hole, and he will absolutely move linebackers around, faking this hole, cutting this way, or he'll read leverage on a guard, and while the play is supposed to go one way, he bends it back the other way. And I think the knock on him is this long speed, but his quickness to process and response time, I think, really makes up for what he can offer in an offense. So I'm looking at a guy who, you know, I forget what he ran, some like a 4.57 or something to that effect. But he's going to play like he's a 4.48 running back when he's on the field. The other thing too is, because I liked his game so much, when I like a guy's game so much, I end up going to interviews to see how they are as a person. And if you remember Thomas Jones and his character and his attitude and his professionalism,
Right.
Davis has that, like, in this kid, he is smart, he's intelligent, he's driven, he's a professional, and he's got a cool
name?
Ray Davis from Kentucky. What's it called? Barfly tail. The bearded.
AC on the Barfly tailgate show is big on it. That's what I was just going to say, J2.
Yeah, this guy, because he's from Kentucky.
Yep.
Ray Davis got a cool backstory. Is that he was, I forget, he didn't lose his parents, but he grew up in San Francisco in a ghetto and ended up going into foster care at a very young age. And he's grown up a lot. He had to become a man well before his years. And then he went to Kentucky, and he's pretty funny too when he talks in interviews, because, you know, I mean, Kentucky is a bunch of cowboys and hillbillies and stuff. So he had this huge culture. But the way he is as a person and the things that he's dealt with and the variety of situations, I don't think there's anything you could throw at this kid that's going to throw him off of his game and take away his professionalism. You've got high character qualities written all over this kid. So I absolutely love Ray Davis. I'm rooting for him for whatever team he goes to. And while I don't think it's the Bears, because I don't think we're going to draft a running back, I really wish it was.
Okay, before we transition to the next position, which is going to be tight end, I want to give a shout out to Charles Johnson again. I can't imagine getting news that my uncle passed away, to go to his house, to look for his insurance information, to find out that he's still alive. That is crazy to me. That is so crazy. I can't imagine going through something like that.
What's even worse was my response to him.
Oh man, it's like you go.
I was being all sympathetic, and then he's like, "No, I was like, I didn't read the email. Damn it! I read half of it."
That's bizarre. Okay, moving on to tight end. I'm gonna start off with mine. Then I'll go to Shorty after me. Mine is the intriguing, because again, I don't think we're drafting one with 3 picks after the quarterback. But I like Stover from Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
But a more realistic one that I'm really intrigued by is Jaheim Bell out of Florida State later on. I think because of the way Waldron does his tight ends, using them as fullbacks, he would be the guy I would be looking at for us later on down the line. So, with that being said, Shorty, you got anybody tight ends?
Do you want my answer?
I want your honest answer, and it better not be no Tyler Kelsey May or something like that.
No, I'm just listen. I haven't even gotten. It's why it was so hard for me to come back to the show, because I'm like, I don't want to fuck this all up. You guys are nailing this.
It's okay.
Okay. All right. So you want me to add my humor to it? Just nobody take offense to this, because I don't know. So Jimbo Jorgensen, 6'7", 205 pounds, out of Cockney, Arizona, high school. How about that? I'll give you my funniest name that nobody could think of, and the most ridiculous stats for their.
What is his name again?
His name is Jimbo Jorgensen. He's 6'7", 205 pounds. He's
kind of like a street bowling.
Yeah, Cockney, Arizona, high school.
Cocky, huh?
No disrespect. I just I've been listen. Please don't take any disrespect to this or think I am an idiot to this. You guys are. I'm relying on all of you guys, because I have I don't need to say it anymore. This is all for you guys in chat. I'm just kind of here to make it all happen and in these moments right now, because I rely on you guys. Once we get closer to the draft, I'll know what we need. Like, I don't think we need a tight end, so I'm not really gonna go looking at. But I know that J2K is because he loves doing this kind of stuff, like you guys do too. So that's why my answer is Jimbo Jorgensen, 6'7", 205 pounds, out of
Good answer,
Cockney,
man.
Arizona, high school.
6'7", 205 pounds.
I'll keep the humor to this. Go ahead.
He will be playing basketball in the fall and not but football with the measurements like that. Just to put it out there, 6'7", 205 pounds.
205, and he's my guy. 6'7", 205 pounds.
The Splendor Man.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn this guy into a wide receiver, guys.
Who you got, Walt?
You know, I kind of like Theo Johnson out of Penn State.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
like
okay.
6'6".
Okay. Yeah, that guy I can agree with. Yes.
Yes.
Johnson, right? Yeah.
He's nice.
Did you see how they compared his measurables? He's like, everything is the exact same to the Hall of Fame tight end. What is it? Rodriguez, or was it the guy that we had? I know you guys saw that. It was during the combine.
Jimmy Graham,
thank you. Same height, weight, everything. Speed. That could be. That's the top. That's the top tight end in this draft for me, if you ask me. There you go. There's a real answer. How about that? You guys are like, fuck you for turning this into a joke. I apologize.
What?
Look, aren't you on the Brock Bowers bandwagon this year? That was
He was.
Justin.
Don't let him fool you. He was.
I mean,
I knew it.
I have to think about, like, who are we going to draft, and it's just not a tight end.
You sound like Jimmy Stewart.
Well, I just I haven't really looked at tight ends,
He was on a boat. As a matter of fact, a couple of months ago, he was on a boat of drafting Bowers at number 9.
Oh, I was. That's when I thought they were going to keep Justin and trade that pick, and then, well, shit, now you can just get Bowers at 9 possibly. But now, no. I mean,
here's what you do, Shorty. Instead, you just draft Eric All, the tight end out of Iowa, right? Just draft an Iowa tight end.
You never go wrong. Iowa tight end.
Never go wrong. There you go, Jay.
Iowa.
I can't remember the kid's name, but there's a kid on Iowa State too that looks really good from the little bits.
Is there a guy named Darnell Washington in this draft?
There's a Darnell Washington in every draft because
Is he a tight end? Because I'll take him there.
No, he's not.
I'll take him at 5.
With that being said,
I'm kidding. I'm obviously kidding.
Oh, we know. Jgrizz, what you got?
Me? So this is a kid that I saw play for Colorado State against when they played Colorado, and he came up with some big catches. He looked pretty athletic, and he only has 1 touchdown, but he caught quite a few balls with 64 receptions, 767 yards. Dalen Hoker for Colorado State.
He's a good one.
Yeah, he intrigued me in that. He made some big catches in that game against Colorado. So I mean, I know we're probably not going to take a tight end this year,
right?
But that's one. And besides the obvious guys, which I did like Foster mentioned, the kid from Florida State, and I don't want to take up any other. I'm sorry?
Jaheim Bell?
Yes, correct. Yes, sir. Yep, him. And yeah, I mean, I was looking at the list, and it's funny. I'm seeing a lot of Illinois guys, man, in every position room. Whether it's offensive line or defensive line. Illinois got some pretty good players. I'm realizing.
Yeah, get my grandson to grow a little bit. He'd be on that list. But anyway,
get him on there. Get him on there. We need.
Who's that, PJ?
Illinois got to make a comeback. They're doing it in basketball. They just won today.
Did they?
Yes, they
Awesome.
did.
I got him going to like the Sweet. I know I got him going to the Sweet 16 in my bracket.
I got him going to the Final Four.
Do you really? I hope
Yeah.
so, man. I hope so.
Cool.
PJ, Doug Van Dorn says, Shorty, this year's Darnell Washington is a punter, but you can get him at tight end if you want. He's 5'7", weighs 168 pounds. That means that your grandson has a definite chance of being a tight end in the NFL.
Man. that guy's a punter, though, man.
Doug,
That guy's
come
a
on,
punter.
dude. That was the stupidest thing anyone's ever said, Doug.
Man, 5'7".
You know, I'm kidding. I'm talking about myself, right? I'm kidding around.
Right.
Doug brought it up because everybody keeps saying we got to get a punter now too.
Yeah. All right, J2K.
Did you guys go? Wait, did you guys talk receiver yet?
No, we're doing that one next.
Good. Okay.
I
do have an answer for that.
I don't know. We just talked 9 and then brought up wide receiver. That's right. So really quickly, before I get to my pick, I did want to talk about Eric All because you guys brought him up. And he's someone that I don't think is talked about enough. He's a very interesting prospect. He only played 1 year and only a few games at Iowa. He played 4 years at Michigan, and in his 4th year, he had an injury to his back that when I researched the injury, all I could find was they said it was a life-changing injury.
Wow.
And so then he goes to Iowa. He transfers to Iowa so he could play. And I think by like the 6th game, he blows out his ACL, right? But in 6 games, he looked like he was back. And you're talking about, I mean, this guy has got like gamer written all over him. He is a wild man. He's long, athletic. I've seen him one-hand catch balls. Just when there's a defender in front of him, he'll just throw his body around. I mean, this kid is just nuts on the field. And it's kind of like, okay, so no wonder why you're having these wild injuries because the guy just plays like his hair's on fire.
Reckless
but
abandon.
He is healthy. I mean, I put him in my top 5 of the tight ends. Now, there is some consistency and some drop issues that he had early on at Michigan.
Right.
But had he not gotten injured and he played with JJ and he played with that championship team, we'd be talking about, the 3rd, 2nd tight end in this class. So I'm really rooting for the guy. Because of those injuries, I don't think Ryan Poles pulls the trigger on him, but I am watching him and sending him good thoughts because I really want him to turn his career around. But the guy I do want to talk about, this guy's my number 2 tight end in the draft, hands down. It's Ben Sinnott out of Kansas State.
Agreed.
Big, physical, very athletic, great hands. He'll catch the ball off his shoelaces, and he avoids tackles. Guys will wrap their arms around him, and he will absolutely slip tackles. I've seen him make spin moves against linebackers, and he's big and he's athletic, and he's a great blocker. And what I value most at tight ends is when you threaten the run game or you threaten the pass game, you can do both. So like a guy like Tavian Sanders, while he's a great athletic tight end, I don't see the blocking side in him. In my opinion, just go draft a wide receiver. If you're going to play big slot, go put an X wide receiver at the Y position. Why take a tight end that is going to cue the defense to what you're doing? And you look at what Matt Waldron has done in Seattle, and the whole Shanahan concept is that you threaten the run game with personnel. You don't do play action. You threaten the run game with personnel, and you pass out of that. So it still forces the linebackers to creep up and take one step the wrong way, get out of position, and you just pass past them. So yeah, Ben Sinnott is absolutely a guy that I love in this draft. He's my number 2 tight end. Yeah.
Cool.
I'm with you 100%, man, because he can play the slot too. He is a great blocker. Prior to us signing Garrett, man, I was like, all right, let's trade one back. This is keep Fields, trade 9 back. We can pick up JPJ. And if we're lucky at about pick 60 or so, that's when I would take him because he'd be perfect tight end too if he was on the opposite side of Komet, dude. Think about it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Here, real quick. 6'3", 250, 9.73 RAS for Benson. I just pulled it up.
6'3", 250.
Yep.
If I'm not
It
mistaken,
says almost everything J2K said too, dude.
how tall is Alt there, J2K?
Alt?
Yeah.
The offensive tackle?
Oh, no, I'm talking about the tight end from Iowa.
Alt.
Yeah.
I think he's above 6'2", 6'3".
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
6'5". Not bad.
Oh, 6'5". Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he's got 6'5", 250. Big guy, long guy too.
Pause.
Oh, I'm sorry. It says here 6'4", 252 for Eric All, and this is PFN, Pro Football Network.
All right.
I'm just saying. I don't know if it's right.
Sliding to the wide receiver.
Wait, do you know his 40 time? Eric All?
No.
I don't know if
here it says 4.8 at what I'm looking at.
Yeah, because of his injury, I don't know if he actually ran one.
I don't think he was at the combine actually.
Yeah, I don't even think he's doing the
No,
pro day.
I don't either because it usually this thing has the RAS score from the combine, so that's how I know if it's up to date when they got the RAS score.
Yeah, I wish he was at the combine just for the medicals because he really needs to get that clearance.
Okay. Now for the wide receiver, starting with Shorty.
Can I go first? I can go first. Yay!
You go first all the time, so calm down.
Okay.
What we're looking for though is someone who's intriguing. I mean, if it's someone that you want to draft at 9 or someone you want to draft later, but someone that's intriguing to you.
Intriguing is Adonai.
Intriguing isn't somebody you would possibly want to get.
Adonai Mitchell.
Oh, tell us about it.
Just watching him at the combine was just it was different than the other. Another guy would be like a sleeper.
No, he didn't.
What?
No, you didn't.
I didn't what?
Trying to transition to somebody else.
Well, I was just saying like another guy that intrigued me was
this dude changing the rules of the game.
What's the San Francisco running backs brothers?
To McCaffrey.
McCaffrey, yeah, Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah,
this dude.
He had some pretty serious route running, but Adonai Mitchell to me was faster and just more like lights out as far as after the top 3 or 4 prospects, maybe even the top 3.
Miss half the show. Then you want to come back and try to change the rules of the game.
I didn't. I just said another guy. I can't say 2.
Adonai Mitchell, 6'2", 205. RAS score 9.99, runs a 40.
Oh, Jesus. So he's damn near perfect?
Just about.
Wow. Okay.
Good choice.
Thank you. You see him catching those passes and those running a straight line. Just he ran like a 4.340.
Sound like
nice fucking guess, Shorty. Nice guess.
What's the drill in the combine, J2K, where they're just catching from both? Yeah, the gauntlet drill. Thank you. The gauntlet was a thing of beauty with him. Just every route that he ran was just boom. He ran beautiful routes, and his hands were just spectacular. That made me go back and look at his tape a little bit because like I said, I haven't looked at everybody yet, but that's one of those guys I did look at, and he really, I think, sets himself out as one of the top receivers in this draft.
Right.
Top 5 guys at least.
Good answer, man. Good answer.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. What you got?
You actually brought up a subject that I paid a little bit of attention to. Thank you.
See? There you go.
Yeah.
At least you didn't give us no name like no Jorgensen or something. But anyway, go ahead, Foster.
Bobby Slowick.
I'm going to just pretend that we,
Junior,
for whatever reason, we trade down from 9 because my answer there would be Odunze or Neighbors if they're
Right.
if one of them's there. And J2K made me maybe have to take another look at that because maybe that's not even correct with Odunze there. Madani Mitchell, I won't even go with. There's somebody said Brian Thomas Jr. Let's go. How about my man Xavier Worthy out of Texas?
The speedster.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, that's
He's another Mooney, man. That's the thing. He's a Mooney, but he's speed.
Tell us about
how is he Mooney?
He's 5'11", 170 pounds, man. Smaller than Mooney even.
But he's faster than me.
But he can outrace a bullet.
That's why I'm going with him is speed, and that's if I'm polls, he's got speed. His RAS score was over 9.94. He could obliterate most coverages.
Okay.
You know, I mean that's of all the things we haven't had is where the guy's open every time. It's like I love Allen because it doesn't matter that he's lost a step. He just freaking gets open. And that's the key to a successful wide receiver is getting open, man, whether it be speed or move.
Yeah.
Small guy, but that would be my guy that just intrigues me. And it'd be kind of cool to see him out there on the field with the other two guys that, you know.
Okay.
Allen can go in the slot, dude.
That's a good pick. I like that.
Slot. I mean, I'm just saying.
That was nice.
We'd have that guy out there, that guy that could fly.
What you got, Walt?
You know, I think I'm gonna have to go with Nyquilla Stillwad.
You definitely got to tell us about him.
Wait, no. He doesn't. Nyquilla Stillrod? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Nyquilla Stillrod was from the Key and Peele sketch.
What's his height and weight? Give us the height and weight. What's his 40 time?
It doesn't have that. Really though, Jalen
He's
Polk
4'2". He runs a 4.940.
If I had to really pick one, I'd say Jalen Polk, Washington. Yeah,
okay, tell us about
6'1", 203, runs about a 4.5 40. You know, he just looked good. He kind of stood those last few games, during the playoffs. You know, he's getting about 65 receptions, about 1,000 yards. And considering, you know, who was on that team, Rome Odunze, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
And if you watch the film, he seems to win either way with his moves and his speed, dude. And I only caught this stuff because was looking at the quarterback. So then you see, oh wow, look at that dude out of the corner of your eye. So that's a guy too that I could. Here, wait, this just came up. So he's 6'1", Walt, 205 RAS score, 8.8. And it says this even. He's fluid as an athlete. It grants him all-encompassing versatility, both as a separator and an offensive weapon. It can be used on motions and multiple planes. That's going into more than I know, but when you watch the games and I'm looking at the quarterback, these wide receivers, you could see it. That's why I was big on Odunze from just watching the all 22s of their games.
Brendan Rice does intrigue me, though. I'll just say that much.
Absolutely.
Now, as for me and my choice, I really am liking Brian Thomas Jr. Now, we know about Marvin Harrison Jr. I think he is the best. But when I actually take a closer look at Marvin Harrison Jr., seemed like when somebody goes to tackle him, I never see him break a tackle. Whereas Brian Thomas Jr., that guy got some elusiveness to him, and even during the contact, he still can break a tackle. So I'm really getting intrigued by him to where, man, if I was to be tempted to take a wide receiver in the first round after drafting the quarterback, he would be the guy I would want. But right now I'm still on the defensive end, but he would be the guy I would want if I was to do that. What you got, Jgrizz?
Me? So before I get to the guy I really like, not that I really like, that I think is somewhat underrated. I do like the Michigan wide receiver, Roman Wilson.
Yeah. Wilson. Okay.
Yeah.
But Yeah, but the guy that like is a sneaky guy that I think is being slept on, kind of. He's not a great route runner per se, but he does a lot of things well, and he's got some good athleticism and size. It is the kid from Florida State. I forget his name.
Keon Johnson.
Yes, is the 6'6" kid.
Oh, the tall.
Keon Coleman. No, is it?
No.
Is it
Keon Coleman.
Keon Coleman's a 6'4". Then they got one who's 6'7".
Yeah, the 6'7" kid. Where is he at?
His last name Johnson. J2K.
J2K. Where you at?
Oh, my bad. Johnny Wilson.
No worries.
I was saying that.
Yeah, there you go. Johnny Wilson. Yeah, that's him. Johnny Wilson. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Yep, Johnny Wilson. I like Johnny Wilson. He's got great size, you know. He's here I have him listed as a 4.5 40, it looks like.
Jeez.
His hands are kind of suspect. But he's a great blocker, and he, like I said, he needs to work on some of his route running and stuff. But I seen him make some big plays for Florida State during his time there. So just as you know, someone who's in the later rounds or whatever, if we happen to miss on some of the on the top tier guys or targets that everyone else is always talking about, you know, the typical guys.
Gotcha.
And stuff. But yeah, I really like the kid from Michigan, though. You know,
Johnny Wilson, 6'6", weight 231, 9.68 RAS scored. In high school at 6 feet 6 tall, he ran a 40-yard dash of 4.5. He's a Bruce Feldman freak. I don't know if you guys follow Bruce Feldman.
Yeah, I do.
36-inch arms, 35.5-inch vertical jump, 10.5-foot broad jump, and he's been clocked at over 21 miles per hour consistently.
Cool.
So,
all right, J2K.
I couldn't say no to him.
He might move to tight end at the Senior Bowl. They were having him run routes as a wide receiver, and he wasn't really creating separation just because he's a big, long guy. Yeah. But then they had him running routes as a tight end, and against linebackers, the dude was uncoverable. So you might see a shift for him because he is so big. But if he goes to tight end, he might be an absolute stud.
How much is he weighing?
231.
231?
Okay. So Shorty did take my guy that I'm really excited about, Luke McCaffrey. Just really quick about him. You know, he started off as a quarterback in college, and then he moved to running back. And then his final 2 years, he played wide receiver. And the guy's route running is just, it's so good for a guy who hasn't always been a wide receiver. His hands, natural hands. He can absolutely take a hit and box out guys. Just the intent are off the chart. So I really do like Luke McCaffrey. So I'm going to go to another guy that hasn't been mentioned that is also a guy I'm really high on. And that's Javon Baker from UCF.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're talking about this guy is an alpha. He is thick. He is well built.
Pause.
The pure hand receiver. He runs very good routes. And he was an Alabama recruit, but he transferred to UCF. So he's got the pedigree of a top talented athletic guy. I think 6'2",
6'1", 202 pounds, 7.79 RAS score.
Yeah. I think he ran like a 4.5 or something like that. But he's an absolute dog. He's aggressive. He's physical. He runs really good routes. High points the ball. He's just an absolute gamer from everything I've seen. Now, he is a little bit of an older prospect. I think he's 22, something like that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he's someone who is underrated, and he played really well at the Senior Bowl as well.
Cool. All right.
Hey, Peach.
Yes, sir.
I think the Bears are going to end up trading back at 9 and getting your guy because that's who they should get, Brian Thomas Jr.
Well,
if they're going to take a wide receiver and not the defensive end there.
I'm telling you, I'm thinking that with no other defensive end, we have to address that. But I'm not going to get back into that. I respect your opinion. Okay. Moving on to the quarterback. All right. The consensus is I know Caleb. If you want to bring up Caleb or you want to bring up someone else at the position, feel free, starting with Shorty.
Wait, what's the question? I was talking in chat.
I said, if you want to talk about your pick at number 1 or at quarterback, or if you want to bring up another intriguing person, however you want to address it.
I fucked it all up. You segued into quarterback for me, and I ruined it.
Son of a bitch.
Listen.
Sorry, Mom. Until
Caleb Williams is, I also have a thing about number 13 with the Bears. Johnny Knox with the back, Kevin White with the. We won't even talk about that. Rick Meyer with number 13. It just hasn't been a number for the Bears. It just hasn't really ever been. And even Dan Marino. I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit superstitious right now, but even Dan Marino never won a Super Bowl, played in one in the beginning of his career. So I was really like, man, I just don't want, if we drafted Caleb, I wouldn't want him. He's going to have to wear 13. That would be like another, I'd kind of be like, well, that's not going to work for me. He needs to wear like, he should wear like number 12.
Tina's not giving up the number.
Of course. So now that it's looking like we're going to get Caleb, it looks like he could take the number that I would think he should take would be 12, because historically, I don't know what it is with 12. Is like the football gods.
That number either.
Who? Velus Jones is gone. I'm kidding. He's gone. So what number is he going to wear? He can't wear
11.
3. I don't like 11 either. We're talking about a 23 on Jordan here. It has to look good.
Number 11.
Just win, baby. Just win.
I'm thinking like
number 11 will make him look taller.
But look at number 12. Even Eric Kramer holds the record for the Bears at number 12.
Velus not giving up the number.
You go, who? Velus?
Yeah, he's not giving up the number.
So you think Velus is hanging around?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's wearing number 11 because number 11 makes him look taller.
How about 10 then?
He don't be reminded of Trubisky.
Exactly. I don't want him to be reminded of. I'd rather him be reminded of Eric Kramer than Rick Meyer or
he's wearing number 11
Trubisky.
To make him look taller.
So 8 would be bad, right? That'd be Rex Grossman.
Tony
4 would be
what,
Harbaugh.
Mahomes.
1 would be obviously Justin. So anyway, this is the mute point.
Exactly.
He won't wear 13, so I'm fine with that. But I honestly cannot until he is a Bear. Until Roger Goodell walks to the podium and says, the Chicago Bears trade the number 1 pick too. When that doesn't happen, when they say the Chicago Bears draft Caleb, I will not believe that he is going to be our quarterback. So therefore, I have to then go down all the other avenues. I have to pontificate all the other things that could happen, including Bagent.
Doug Van Dorn.
By all accounts, he's yoked. He's yoked.
I chose the wrong week to stop sniffing glue.
Everyone has been saying that he's yoked. He's like, he's ripped right now. So you guys keep thinking I want Bagent. I'm just
pretty sure you
answer that question.
I want Caleb, but if they're not going to draft Caleb, it could be that if they draft him to an NFC team, I do not want that to happen.
Do I need to ask the question again?
It has to be to an AFC team.
Do I need to ask the question again? I mean,
you're asking me what quarterback prospects I like?
what prospect that you would want or a player that intrigues you, and tell us why.
Frankie Borinian.
Okay.
He said Frankie.
Why even ask me the question? It's literally Caleb Williams or this channel becomes PJ's. That's it for me. I'm done with the Bears if it's not Caleb. So if you want to go down the other avenue, well, Drake May, I have PTSD from number 10 being Trubisky and him also being from North Carolina. But that doesn't mean he's the same player. He's clearly 6'4", but he has 10 1/8 hands, the same size as Trubisky. This guy's got 9 1/8. Caleb Williams is 9 3/4. That's like the size of Michael Jordan's on a 6'1" 1/8 frame. It's literally Caleb or bust for me, dude. I promise you that I will get my fucking tattoo removed if it's not Caleb Williams. If you want me to try to give you another prospect from there, I mean, JJ McCarthy. How about that? I'll take JJ McCarthy at 7 when they trade him to Tennessee, because they're not going to trade him to San Diego or LA Chargers. So let's just go to the next AFC team, Tennessee. Okay, so now we're going to trade him. In my mind, this is where I'm going. I cannot accept that he is going to be a Bear until he's a Bear. So we'll go that route. We're trading him to Tennessee for that haul from Tennessee, and now we have the 7th pick, or what the hell is it? The 7th pick, I think. And now we're going to draft. McCarthy's gone because the fucking Vikings just traded up to get him. So now it sounded like, well, do they really believe in Tyson Bagent? That's where I keep going back to that. It's not me. It's like, well, maybe they see something that I kind of saw that none of you other guys saw because
it's not there. You can't see it when it doesn't exist.
Quick release, footwork, timing. Listen, if they did draft Caleb, which I'm not going to believe until it happens, I'm not going to allow myself to fall in love with this guy. I can't do it until it happens. I can't.
Now
to me, it is end all be all for me as a Bears fan. I'm talking about removing my tattoo and leaving this fucking channel. That's how I feel about this kid. He's that special to me. You have already done all of this. If you're going to fuck that up by trading Justin and not just trying to get the haul and build around him, if it's not Caleb, which I do not believe it will be, because that's my team. They're not going to do that.
Jgrizz.
So now I'm going to go.
Jgrizz, I just want you to know.
Yes, sir.
You have not entered into the Twilight Zone.
I'm going to go.
Just having a moment right now.
I'm going to go. My second prospect would be Jaden Daniels.
I'm not even going to ask you to follow up to that one because you took all your time talking about the guy you wasn't going to say in the first place.
Yeah.
Well, but I can't admit it.
Hey, Pete, that makes it real easy. I'll just talk over Dan for a moment.
I cannot get.
We're taking Caleb. We're taking Caleb.
No, we are not.
Okay.
I do not believe it. I honestly do not. I honestly do not believe it.
That's it, man. I've had it with his crap again today, dude. That's it. I'm fucking just. Are you there, Dan?
We got another 5 weeks of this, Foster.
I know. So last year, dude, for the Darnell Washington thing went on fucking forever. Forever.
Jgrizz remembers that.
I don't know if you guys remember. Every week. I'd really love it if we get Darnell Washington. Every week. So we're taking Caleb, but if we don't, it is Jaden Daniels. Dan, I mean, that's the guy I'm most intrigued with.
Well, so at what pick? So you're saying that they're going to trade him to an NFC team?
He's got what?
Why would the Bears trade the first pick to an NFC team? Are they that stupid?
If I can
are they really that stupid?
I'm just giving you a guy I'm intrigued with. You're going too far with this.
Okay, fair enough.
Just the guy I'm intrigued with, man. It's Jaden Daniels. Because
what intrigues you?
Because he's got a lot of the things that I liked in Fields. He's quick. He can do things with his feet. He's good at the deep ball. He's probably got I'm going to say he has got better touch in the mid-range game than does. Matter of fact, I know he does. And I just think that he's a project. He wouldn't be a guy, I don't think, that, the way it is in the NFL today. This is a guy that I would definitely take and sit him behind a veteran for a year and let him learn the game from the bench, man. Maybe even two. He's explosive. J2K probably knows more about him than I do. I'm sure he does. So, but that's a guy that intrigues me, dude. That I could see him. Go ahead.
Only thing I will add to that would be that's why I think Minnesota will trade to move up to get him, to have him sit behind Sam Darnold for a year. So with that being said, Walt, go ahead, man. Who you got?
Well, I mean, it's obvious Caleb Williams coming to Chicago. just the way everything's set up.
Right.
They sent basically the entire front office to LA yesterday. Or not yesterday, but the day before. So I think they wrote it on the wall in big bold letters that it's going to happen. If you want to go probably a more NFL ready quarterback, Jayden Daniels is good. I just think he's too skinny for the league.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's going to break as soon as somebody touches him. And Drake May, I don't even put him in the top 3.
You don't?
210. No. Jake Daniels is 6'4", 210.
Yeah, I mean, May's out of a really bad quarterback school in North Carolina. I mean, the last couple of quarterbacks were Mitch Trubisky and T.J. Yates.
Yeah.
Sam Howell.
Oh, it's Sam Howell too. That was the third one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And where are all those guys right now?
Seattle.
Yeah.
And
Howell's backing up. Whatchamacallit?
Geno.
Yeah.
Geno Smith.
And
I don't even
Buffalo.
know where. Buffalo. That's right. They re-signed him. That's true. Bo Nix. I don't think anybody cares about Bo Nix besides maybe Matt Eberflus, or he just drew the short straw and had to go to Oregon. But I mean, really, it doesn't. This whole conversation doesn't matter because we're just gonna keep Tyson Bagent.
You fucker. That's it. Walt gets to get pulled sometimes too, guys.
That was a good one.
I mean, really though, I honestly see Tyson Bagent going the way of Bailey Zappi. Great first season.
You keep thinking that I'm like chanting for Tyson Bagent.
You are.
I'm not. I'm saying that they could easily. We could all not know.
What happened last year, Dad? You spent weeks showing us this video of him throwing to a single guy in an open field and no one else around. And I was like, Dad, when they bring other people in, shit is going to change. And when they put him on the field, shit changed. The guy threw 6 interceptions in 4 games and 3 touchdowns.
They won 2 out of 4 games throwing to 7 different receivers.
You beat the Panthers, and you barely beat them. And you beat.
I'm just saying there was definitely something there that they know more about than we do.
It was something there.
There was
Poor
something there.
Jgrizz, man, dude, I'm sorry, Jgrizz, that you got to sit through this crap.
I'm sorry that J2K has to sit through this crap. He's probably like, what the fuck am I doing here right now? I should be hanging out with Coach T.
J2K is a veteran, man. He's got some experience with us. He knows what a bunch of crap goes on here, man. He's been around.
You're muted, Jgrizz.
J2K's on a nap.
No, man, I'm used to it, man. What do you mean? This is my first go round on here, man.
All right. Okay, so who you got there, Jgrizz?
Me?
Yeah, that's an intriguing guy.
So if it isn't Caleb, right?
Yeah.
Or even if it is Caleb, it's a quarterback that intrigues.
Who I like?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I always liked Jordan Travis.
That's who I was going to say.
I thought if he didn't get injured that he had a legit shot at getting the Heisman Trophy and possibly getting Florida State to the title game.
Absolutely.
Or into the playoffs at the very least. 3-year or 4-year start. I believe a 4-year starter. Even though he was at a different school. He was at Louisville prior to being at Florida State, I believe. And I watched a lot of his games, especially against Notre Dame. He always balled out, played with heart, fire, determination. I don't know how strong his arm is. I really couldn't tell, but it seems like he can make a lot of the passes that needed to be made on the football field. I really like him. I don't know how he's recovering from that serious injury. I mean, it looked pretty bad. He has decent size, probably around the same height as Caleb Williams, it looks like. A 4.6 40. So I liked him, but with the injury being what it is and as gruesome as it looked, the next guy on my list would have been Joe Milton.
Oh, from Tennessee.
Yes. I like Joe Milton. Now, it appeared that he disappeared in the big games. But as far as size and strength and stuff, pretty decent athlete. I like Joe Milton as well. Okay. And that's all I got for you right now, PJ.
Okay.
That's
J2K.
the guy that a lot of draft people were talking about the Bears possibly picking up to back up Justin this week late in the draft.
Joe Milton?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was a lot of chat on Twitter and even a couple videos on YouTube where this was the guy that, we'll bring him in. He's perfect behind Justin because just look at what he does on the field. I mean,
right.
They're similar guys, similar size and weight. So.
Yeah.
J2K, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Cool. So you guys kind of took all the guys I'd talk about. Jordan Travis, I wanted to bring
more about him.
That's what happens when we watch you all the time on all the podcasts. We get your ideas and run with them because they make sense. They only make sense, J2K.
I really like
it's a popular opinion.
Yeah. I like you brought up Jordan Travis because I really do think the kid's a gamer. The injury was unfortunate, but he's a great character guy and he's athletic and he'll throw the ball over the middle and he'll fit it into tight spots and stuff. I think with some development, I think he could actually be a pretty good quarterback. You guys didn't bring up Spencer Rattler. I think he gets a bit of a bad name because he was such a highly recruited and hyped up guy early in his career. Right. But I think he matured and he's got, he still has the arm talent and he's got really good pocket presence. He's matured a lot. So I do like him. A guy who might be kind of a sleeper, possibly a undrafted free agent guy who could make a team as a backup. Devin Leary out of Kentucky.
You bastard! I was just. I was waiting to say this year's agent is.
Yeah, I think the kid's got something, and he's grown a lot at Kentucky, and we'll see. He had a really good combine, and I think people are kind of looking his way a little bit more. If you wanted me to kind of just mention a couple things about guys you guys did bring up, Coach T has said Jaden Daniels is the most NFL-ready quarterback out of this draft, and he broke down film of Daniels and Drake May and Caleb Williams. And I do agree with him. One funny thing that I did read is that someone said Jaden Daniels runs like an 8-year-old who stole a Lamborghini.
Dang.
That's very true. The guy is just wild with the ball in his hands, but he's got great speed, and there's a lot of upside at Jaden Daniels. If in another universe we traded back, that would be the guy I think we would trade back for. I really worry about Drake May. I did not like much that I saw from him. People bring up his size and his arm talent and all this kind of stuff. Go watch the Duke game that he played, where he was consistently bailed out by his teammates on third downs after he made horrible decisions, incredibly inaccurate passes on first and second down. And somehow found a way to win the game against Duke's defense. So I've just seen enough of Drake May to just not like what I see from him. I really like JJ McCarthy. I know that he doesn't throw outside to the hashes. There's questions on his arm strength. There's questions on how many passes he's thrown in college, and has he actually done enough to have the skill set to start in the NFL, to be drafted high. But he's a great kid. He's smart. He's got wonderful character, football character. He runs a 4.4, like a 4.44. Like he is incredibly fast. He's almost as fast as Justin Fields is. I think a lot of people forget that about JJ McCarthy. Bo Nix, I don't think he could hit the goalpost at the goal line.
That's pretty good.
I just question the arm. He's actually a great kid. I've watched some interviews with him. He may grow into a good backup in time. I just don't see the arm skill set. Michael Penix, I think he needs to completely rebuild his throwing motion, because everything is upper body. And he's got a cannon of an arm, and if he can bring his feet and his hips into his throwing motion without losing accuracy, he could be an absolute stud of a quarterback. But I think he's really inaccurate. A lot of Odunze's receptions were contested catches. I think that's a byproduct of Odunze and a byproduct of Michael Penix not being very accurate. Who else? Sam Hartman. I mean, the guy is, what is he, 27 already?
Yeah.
I would absolutely pass on Sam Hartman, unfortunately. I know you're a Notre Dame fan. I'm sorry, Jgrizz.
No, it's all good, man. He disappointed me this year, so
yeah.
get him, J2K.
Well, there is breaking news here.
I want to ask you real quick about this.
Hold on, I got breaking news, Foster.
Oh, okay.
Breaking news from Ian Rappaport, however you pronounce his name.
Ian Rappaport.
The Bears has rescinded the trade with Washington. I mean, with Pittsburgh for Justin Fields, and they're trading with Washington the first overall pick for multiple first rounds and multiple second rounders.
He lied, man. He lied. He's still huffing that glue.
It's right here.
Fields failed the physical, huh?
He failed the physical. Sorry, guys. So much for Caleb. We're not getting him. Sorry.
I knew we weren't. So let's roll with Justin.
For those of you who are listening, I was joking. For those of everybody on the panel already know I was joking, but for those of you just listening, yes, I am joking. That hasn't happened yet.
J2.
Yet. Yet.
Austin Reed out of Western Kentucky.
No, I haven't watched him.
Okay, go check him out. This kid stepped on the field and in 22, I think it was his first year. He just stepped on and he won the starting job, and he threw for 4,800 yards and 40 touchdowns, only 10 interceptions.
Nice. He was at the Shrine Bowl,
He's a stocky dude. I know we were looking at different talent level, but they were saying that he could come in immediately as a backup. I mean, they got him. He's ranked higher than Daniel or Leary was, even out of Kentucky.
Yeah. I have seen that. I haven't watched him. I've heard the name and people talk about him, but I haven't actually watched him.
Just curious.
I do have a question though.
Hmm?
If Fields is in what's that country he's in right now?
Pittsburgh.
No, he's in the country right now.
Italy? Was it Italy?
I think he's in Milan. Yeah, Milan, Italy.
Yeah.
So he's been there for the last few weeks. So he hasn't taken a physical yet. So it's quite possible he fails that physical.
Are you going to go to
holding on, PJ? Holding on to anything you can grasp.
Look, I'm just asking a question because, I mean, if I'm thinking about it, he still has to take that physical in order for the trade to become official. So let me go get my nightstick.
I was gonna say, so PJ, you're gonna go to Milan and Nancy Kerrigan in them, right?
Right. Tanya Harding.
You guys see where I'm going with this, right? That's all I'm saying.
Walt gave you my thought.
Here's what's really going to happen. We all know Paul's going to trick everyone and draft Dylan Gabriel out of Oklahoma.
See?
Doug Van Dorn's killing me in chat right now. See, my biggest problem with both Williams and Daniels is their last names are just first names with an S tacked on the end. I don't think that's ever works out well. It says, yeah, I was just thinking about how much I utterly hate a Rogers. How about Doug Williams, Mike Williams? There's been plenty of Williams. No? Am I wrong?
Silence.
Okay, that sounds like the end of the show then.
I'm trying to get freaking warm over here. It's still cold in this damn place.
GoFundMe for Foster's heating bill. You gotta get that. You gotta get his heat turned back on over there in Chicago.
Well, I mean, if you take the bodies out and replace it with some real insulation, you might have a little bit of a warmer room.
Yeah, the rotting corpses, they don't work for insulation, buddy.
I haven't been able to smell anything since COVID.
That's hilarious.
What's going on?
Oh man.
Well, we're going on 4 hours, guys. So let's wrap this crap up because I have to go to bed. I know that much. If you guys want to keep going, you're welcome. I'll just go to bed. But I'm gonna bug out of here. You guys want to keep going? J2K is like 4 hours behind us.
You just started, man.
I'm amazed at you guys being up this late.
Yeah, especially because I have to start work at 9 o'clock in the morning. Jeez.
Oh, PJ's got his stick there.
I don't have to get up.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Hold on, PJ. I'm booking your flight, dude.
I appreciate that, Foster.
Yeah, you're booking his flight from the UK. That's where you're a retired police officer from, huh? That's your police officer baton?
What do you think?
I'm just saying.
One of the bodies?
He has to pass that physical, right? I don't think he's going to be passing that physical. That's all I'm saying.
Don't make it too bad, dude. We still need a quarterback then. Maybe.
Well, if I break a finger on his left hand, he still can play. He just won't be able to pass physical.
Then he'll pass his physical, dude.
Oh my goodness.
I'm dead.
That's so funny. Well, PJ's off to Pittsburgh, and we will be
Italy.
by next
Italy.
Thursday.
Italy. I'm headed to Italy.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to prevent that physical from happening.
Well, that's where he's at. He's in Italy.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Well, Tony Moy says that Fields will outrun me. But one thing I learned a long time ago when I was a rookie on the department, you can't outrun a car. Nope.
You still have those deer killers on the front of your car too? You had it installed on yours?
No,
like your bumper things.
No, one of the favorite things you do is when the guy's running from you, you pull up beside him and you open your car door real fast. You know what I'm saying? Like, boom. Secrets of the trade. Secrets of the trade. Secrets of the trade.
That went to jail for that actually, so that does not work.
I'm just saying, secrets of the
unless
trade.
You have a bulletproof door like you had.
Hey,
or you should have had at least.
Only thing I'm saying is he's not going to pass that physical. That's all I'm saying.
J2K, you are awesome. Thank you for coming on with us again.
Thanks for having me.
I apologize if I was a drag tonight. Just hitting out for a little bit. Okay. But I really wanted to just I had nothing to add to this because I knew you guys were going to steal the show with that. And I'll get there in like 2 or 3 weeks. I'll be looking at all these guys, and I'll come back on this tape and rewatch everything that you said and you guys talked about, and I'll research those players. That's for sure. I do know one thing. I do like Adonai Mitchell, so I have that.
Yeah, you did come on time on that one there, man. That was pretty good.
Yeah. Also, the McCaffrey kid. I don't know how I mean, after they trade Caleb and they get 18 more picks, and yeah, maybe we can get him somewhere as a sleeper.
Now you're talking. Yeah.
Jgrizz.
So when the show becomes mine, after he quits the show, I just want you guys to know that everything will stay the same except for people will not be getting pulled no more.
Oh, that's your that'll be your rule, huh?
Yeah.
That's your rule, huh? All right. Well, I currently have for the next month while I have control of this.
I just want you guys to know I'm the only guy on the
of
show who gets pulled every week. I just want you guys to know that. I'm the only guy on the show who gets pulled every week. And that's only because I'm the only black guy on the show. I just want to put it out there.
Oh God.
Gotta go with the race.
So I'm putting it out there, so
Man.
I thought it was because you were the only Justin Fields fan on the
No. It's because I'm the only black guy. Watch.
Okay,
next week, because I said that he ain't gonna pull me.
But in 3 weeks from now, you'll own the channel.
He's
so
pulling the race card, man. Don't do it, dude.
Yeah.
It's above you.
Oh man.
You'd be like, damn, I got pulled all those times. Now I own the channel.
But you know what though?
What's Scrody's excuse for getting pulled all the time then?
Well,
exactly.
Here's the thing,
I get pulled more than you do now.
I got pulled tonight, and I didn't even say nothing about Chase Young.
You must have been talking to Walt on the side. Be like, you got to pull Shorty more.
I'm just saying, I didn't say nothing about Chase Young tonight, and I still got pulled.
Who pulled you, PJ? It had to be Dan.
Scrody Fitz.
I pulled you right now just for saying you hadn't gotten pulled. That's why I pulled you.
Oh, you still pulled me?
Oh shit! All right, we'll see
yes, Tony Moy. The new show will be called.
We'll see PJ on Coach T's show soon with J2K, guys.
PJ Productions. That's what the new show will be called.
Oh man,
PJ
Productions with Justin Fields.
Oh, you're fucking killing me. You're killing me over here.
Raging
Absolutely killing me.
Tony Moy with Victoria.
Well, I'm just saying, man. I mean,
Jgrizz, what's up, Jay?
This is in there, man. Say something, Jay.
This does go both ways there,
I'm just happy to be here with you guys, man.
I can break a finger and break Shorty legs too.
PJ.
I know. I love how it's walnut and not maple too. That's nice.
Go on, Jay. Go ahead, Jay.
I was having a flashback. My fault.
The glue. Between the glue and the heroin.
J2K, tell us about your what you got going on with Coach T again.
Oh, I'm doing graphics for him. So because Justin Fields has been traded, we're looking at redoing the hype video and the whole 9 yards. I designed a logo for him, and there's a whole identity package system that I created. So we're kind of working with that, and really a big part of it is, for me, it's just getting to know how they do the show. So like all the windows and the pop-ups, because he does like film reviews and interviews. He doesn't do a lot of guests. So just designing behind all of that. I think that's pretty much it for the time being. I am going to work in video production, doing some hype videos and some audio stuff. I know his son is a rapper, so we've got one of the songs in the hype video is him rapping and stuff. So I'm excited to actually work on that side as well and get some of those songs in and create some videos. And I also have some ideas for doing my own hip hop songs as well. I won't be rapping, but I do have some experience cutting up songs and making beats and all that kind of stuff. So
you done with PJP?
Yeah, there you go.
PJP.
It might be in the future, but it's still in its infancy. A lot of what I've designed isn't even up on the page yet because I'm still, working it out and I'm trying to do it the right way and not just throw things out there. But he did jump right on it. And so, the logo and the layout at the moment is my design. But that will all get improved and updated as we grow as a team.
That is awesome.
So are you going to work on a graphic that says he's back?
He's back?
Yeah.
For Coach B? Oh,
for Justin.
Oh.
After
he's got two broken legs, but he's back.
Stay healed before the season.
I'll see. Let me know when you get to Milan, PJ.
I got you, bro. I got you. You got that fight for me, Foster?
Almost. Having a hard
J2K.
time. You're gonna have to go to Terminal 5 at O'Hare, the international terminal.
Hey, as long as I ain't got Shorty for driving me and we wreck his truck again, we good.
Just keep no garages. Yeah. J2K, we would honestly great to have you on again tonight, and we're looking forward to have you on with us for the draft.
Yeah, that would be great. I'd enjoy that.
It'll be only for 2 days. We're not going to do the third day. We're not going to have no picks by then for the third day.
Yeah. Well, no, we will, because we're going to trade Caleb. We're going to have like 18 more picks, so then we probably will be. So. Jgrizz, man, you are the man.
Oh no, man! You guys.
I hope you had fun tonight. Thanks for coming on with us. Seriously,
absolutely,
great to
man. Thank you.
Put the name to the face. So much love and appreciation.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. To all the Bears fans out there, everyone in the chat, we all have our own opinions, entitled to our own thoughts and opinions, absolutely. And no hard feelings towards anyone. I know sometimes in the heat of the moment, a lot gets lost in translation when we're texting or chatting back and forth. But for me, it's all love to every Bears fan out there, whether you supported Justin or not, or whether you wanted the Hall, whether you like Caleb, whether you like David Kaplan, whoever it is, man. It's all love, man. And, life's too short to be hung up on, sports or, we got much bigger issues in this world than QB1 of the Bears.
That's
but
how
that is, it's important. It means a lot to me. Don't get me wrong. It does mean a lot, but just not as much as it may seem when we're going back and forth in the chat. You know what I mean? There's only so many characters you could type in there.
That's true.
You can't really feel where I'm coming from with my opinion by a couple of, sentences. You know what I mean? So
180 characters.
I respect everyone, and I just want to see us united as one heading into this new season. And FGB, man, fuck Green Bay, and F Detroit too.
Oh, there you go. And I just want to say, for the record, there, Jgrizz.
The Vikings in there while you're at it, Jgrizz.
And the Vikings as well. There you go, Foster. That's right. I forgot about them too, man.
For the record, Jgrizz, Shorty said last night that you and I, you remind me of you remind him of me. And okay.
That's not a bad comparison, man. Let's go do this with.
Well, I don't see it personally, but I'll go with it just because you're a nice guy. I'll go with it for right now, but after the show, I'll really say how I really feel. Because well, I don't know where that one came from there, Shorty, but
I was saying, like, you guys are just excellent, fun people. You guys have a big heart, and that's why he reminded me of you.
I'll see you in Milan, PJ.
My man, see, there you go. There you go. Yeah, see, you know where I was going there. See, there you go, bro.
Pennsylvania, I'm not booking your flight, dude, only because he's in Illinois.
Hey, man, if you guys are ever in town, man, let me know, man. If we could ever meet up for a beer, or, if I can show you around the city. The best place to get a cheesesteak.
Hey.
I'm your guy, man.
With the real cheese whiz.
Yes, sir.
I'll do your rub.
Hey, I just say, when Fields come back to the Bears this year, I'm going to a couple of games.
There you go.
I heard they're playing in Indianapolis this year.
PJ,
Now, if
where
he
you
doesn't
living
come back,
again?
I'm not going to Indianapolis.
Where do you live?
You already
again?
banned. You already banned yourself from going to games twice.
That's why I said when he comes back and we play in Indianapolis, I'm going to that game. But if he doesn't come back and Caleb's there, I'm not going.
I got Delusionville, Illinois. I don't know where that's at.
What'd you say?
Illusionville.
Delusionville, Illinois. I don't know where that's at.
It's next door to your house.
Probably. If they live next to me, they better be in something. I don't know about Delusion.
Well, they're going to be in something behind that paneling.
Oh man.
Fucking guys.
Fucking guys. I tell you that much. Well, let's end this on a Bears after we say thank you to chat.
Can we say guys, can we like make sure if Walt have anything to say before we get off there? Walt, do you have anything?
That's what I thought. Yeah.
No, we kind of went over everything.
All right, cool. All right. Okay. Foster, you have anything before we get off here?
Everybody stay safe. God bless. Thanks for coming out tonight and listening to some of this insanity. J2K, thanks for being here. Jgrizz, awesome to see you, man.
Yes, Walt, Foster, you as well.
Walt, TJ, Shorty, you guys are stuck with me, so whatever, man.
Take Raging care, Oracle, Doug night. Van Dorn, Iceberg Slim, Cliff
Raging
Victoria.
Oracle.
Doug, I mean, you guys in the chat, you are the reason why we do this. We appreciate you tremendously. I am feeling better regarding losing Fields. I ain't over it yet, but I'm feeling better. But as my good friend DJ Moore says, business is business.
That's it. That's right.
Yeah, PJ, we'll get Caleb Williams and Fields to go out and ball out in Pittsburgh, and it'll be a win-win situation for both parties.
No, we'll trade the pick and get 35 more. And
going it, Shorty. I was trying to feel better, man. Gone, man. Come on.
Man. Just trying to get a little pick-me-up here, and he's going to ruin it.
I thought you wanted the haul of picks, though. Doesn't that make you feel better?
Yeah, I do. But, the way you said it, that wasn't inspiring.
Well,
the way you said
I'm not.
We'll trade Caleb, and we'll get this haul of picks.
They're going to trade him. That's the entire league knows that they're going to draft Caleb Williams now. It makes
true fact.
That's why I don't believe it.
True fact. I'm a Justin Fields fan. You know that. But if I can't have Justin Fields, give me Caleb Williams.
You heard it here, guys.
I was looking at Jaden Daniels. I kind of like him, but I think he still needs some seasoning. And I don't think coming to the Bears, it'll put him in a very bad situation. Seems to me he needs some seasoning, and I don't want to put that on him like that. So out of the choices that are there, I think Caleb is the most pro-ready to be able to come. So if I can't have my guy, I will go with him. Now that's the most you're going to get out of me right now. That's all I'm going to say.
He's got a bat in his hand though, so don't count it out.
It's called a baton.
Caleb isn't as pro-ready as Daniels is, and they both need time. I'm going to shut the hell up.
I agree with that, Foster. I do agree with that, but I just think that, given the choices though, out of those choices, I think he would be probably the
Caleb.
most.
Caleb.
I think he'd be the most ready to come in and be able to do something.
Okay. We got it at 4:04, 4 hours and 4 minutes in. You said that. So that's a time marker right there.
Yes, it's progress, Cliff. It is progress. I don't know. Just bear with me, guys. That's all I'm saying.
125A. Take 3, PJ.
Huh?
Nothing.
Okay.
I'm just being an idiot.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear
27 parts. What else?
So J2K, you're coming back with us for the draft?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Excellent. Jgrizz, you want to come back with us for the draft?
Anytime, man. You know my number. Shoot me the link. Hey, Jgrizz, your link is in the email. Hop on in whenever you want to, man, and I'll be here, man. Let me know.
We want to have
Gave
a
him your
revolving
number,
door.
Grizz? That was a mistake, dude. I did that once.
Yeah.
I gave him mine. He
I had to
he took
change it.
Yeah.
By the way,
I had to send
Cliff,
Foster a new phone so that he could have the number I gave him.
right?
What were you saying, Grizz?
Cliff Victoria, I'm still waiting on that meatloaf, man. I get down here to Florida.
So am I.
That meatloaf.
I'm an hour away
I'm
from
not
him.
talking about the one between your legs either. I'm talking about one out the oven.
Yeah.
The one he rides around in the backyard while he's vacuuming the lawn.
Yeah, like 12 o'clock midnight.
I'm an hour away from Cliff, and I go to his house, and I get a fucking seafood boil. Not a meatloaf. I'm kidding. Of course I'm kidding. It was like the most amazing meal. And I ate crab legs for like the next 2 weekends after that, man. It was amazing. Thank you, Cliff.
I know.
Great
I was
time.
on the phone, and Dan had to get off the phone with me to go eat more of that stuff. Oh, I got this stuff left. I'll talk to you later, dude. Never called me back.
Let me be clear about what I mean by Jaden Daniels not being pro ready. His skinniness, I guess, for the lack of a better term. He's really light. Yeah. He's really light, and that scares me.
Got to put on like 20
Randall
pounds.
Cunningham was really light when he first came in too.
Yeah, but the guys are a lot bigger these days, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
And faster.
He's got a nice.
Have you seen some of the hits he got in college?
Oh yeah. I watched a lot of LSU games, man. He did. Yeah.
Tell him, J2K.
All right, you guys want to end the show on a 1, 2, 3 Bears?
Yes, sir.
No, but I will.
Well, I can leave then. You guys can continue. I gotta go to bed.
Dude, I gotta crash too, man.
Let's make your first show, Grizz, a 6-hour show. How about that?
you got the man drinking.
It's not easy, man. It's not easy. It looks easy when you're in the chat, but when you're on the other side of the camera, man.
We got there. Gallon of bourbon?
No, some Merlot, or no, actually, it's a Cabernet.
Yeah.
CK Mondavi.
I knew it wasn't bourbon. I just had to say it. You're sitting on this panel. Next time you'll know if you're sitting on this panel, you should probably bring bourbon.
That I have to come prepared next time. I didn't know. Yeah, I definitely need the bourbon next time. Yeah.
All right, guys. Let's get out here on a 1, 2, 3
man.
Bears. Ready? 1, 2, 3. We'll see you guys next week.
Bear down.